Good morning. My name is Eric Blank. I'm the chair. Today is July 15th, and this is the Commissioners' weekly meeting. Commissioner Plant, any preliminary matters? Are you ready to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Good morning. I am ready to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Gilman,
Good morning. I would vote to approve the consent agenda as well.
as would I. In terms of the discussion items, I'd propose we go through the four transportation items first. Then when we jump to energy water, we take up the four public service company complaint cases, then go through the agenda in the order presented, except for the GIP, which I propose to take up last. Does that work for you? I see you nodding, Commissioner Plant. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Gilman?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's go to proceeding number 25A-0498CP. Mr. Acera, Easy Care Transportation.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. This is proceeding 25A-0498CP, the application of Easy Care Transportation for a certificate of public convenience and necessity. The matter comes before you on the applicant's exceptions to recommended decision R260344. My recommendation, which I'll walk through in a bit more detail, is that you deny the exceptions and uphold the recommended decision. I'll keep the background somewhat brief because it's set forth in all of the filings in this case. But Easy Care filed this application in November, seeking common carrier authority across a wide expanse of Colorado. Scheduled service, call and demand shuttle service, charter service, and sightseeing service between all points in 15 counties, covering the Front Range, DIA, and the Mountain Corridor. Easy Care later amended the application to limit operations to vehicles with a rated capacity of 9 or fewer passengers. Epic Charter then intervened. Epic holds existing authority for Denver to Mountain Corridor transportation, including routes to Eagle and Pitkin, using vehicles that are larger than 9 passengers. A second intervener, Mountain Star Transportation, ended up withdrawing from the proceeding. After extensive pre-hearing motion practice, the ALJ held the evidentiary hearing on May 8th. Easy Care, which was self-represented, presented testimony and evidence addressing operational fitness, safety, financial capacity, and alleged transportation gaps in the DIA to Mountain Corridor. Epic cross-examined and argued that existing services, including its own, are adequate to meet demand. So on May 26th, the ALJ issued its recommended decision, concluding that Easy Care failed to meet its burden to show that the requested authority is required by public convenience and necessity. He found that Easy Care's public need evidence was generalized and largely conclusory. The applicant relied on broad information, such as county populations and DIA passenger volumes, rather than any route-specific or service-specific evidence that existing carriers are unable or unwilling to provide adequate service. The ALJ also found that portions of the requested authority overlap with Epic's certificated authority, particularly transportation between Denver County and Eagle and Pitkin counties, using passengers that can carry 9 or fewer vehicles, or 9 or fewer passengers. He noted that even fully adequate fitness evidence would not cure the deficiency in demonstrating public need, which is the dispositive requirement, and he rejected Easy Care's claims of procedural unfairness, concluding that the applicant had had a full and fair opportunity to present its case. The ALJ ultimately denied the application without prejudice, leaving Easy Care free to try again. So in terms of the exceptions, Easy Care's exceptions raised 16 arguments. At a high level, Easy Care characterizes its own request as a narrow, on-demand, small vehicle service between DIA and the Mountain Corridor, argues that no carrier offers that specific service, contends the ALJ failed to properly weigh its demand evidence, claims procedural prejudice, and asks the Commission to grant the narrower authority even if the broader authority is denied. Epic's response argues that the recommended decision was correct in every substantive respect. The exceptions simply re-argue evidence already presented, and the Commission must evaluate the application as filed and developed at hearing, rather than a narrower proposal introduced only on exceptions, and the burden of proving unmet need rests solely on the applicant. I will now walk through the 16 issues the applicant raises, along with a recommendation for each. Unless you have questions as we go, I suggest saving your vote until the end of the presentation. So first, Easy Care argues that its proposed small vehicle service does not overlap with Epic's authority because Epic uses larger vehicles. The record shows that overlap exists in the number of passengers each carrier can transport, as both can serve groups from 1 to 9 passengers, and Epic testified that its larger vehicles also often carry fewer than 9 passengers. Smaller vehicle size alone does not create a distinct market or meaningfully differentiate the proposed service. I recommend rejecting this argument because it doesn't meaningfully undermine the ALJ's finding of overlapping authority. Applicant's second argument is that Epic lacks the ability to serve DIA under Epic's own certificate, and therefore it can't be considered an incumbent capable of meeting demand in the airport to mountain corridor. The testimony in the record indicates that Epic holds an additional certificate that includes DIA service, and this was discussed and confirmed during the hearing. Because the underlying factual premise of applicant's argument is incorrect, I also recommend denying this exception. The third argument is that the ALJ improperly discounted testimony about unmet demand, including anecdotal evidence, such as congestion experienced after one particular concert at Red Rocks. The evidence provided was generalized and insufficient to show that existing carriers are not meeting public need. Anecdotes from single events and hearsay about unmet demand, even when accompanied by statements that service is, quote, barely enough in peak months, do not meet the public necessity threshold as the ALJ found. So I recommend rejecting this argument because it doesn't demonstrate inadequacy in existing certificated service. The fourth argument is that DIA passenger volume and other broad transportation statistics prove unmet demand. The record shows that such evidence is too general and could reflect demand or supply dynamics without demonstrating any specific unmet need along the applicant's proposed routes. High airport traffic alone does not provide route-specific or service-specific evidence of insufficient existing carrier availability. The testimony referencing the mountains in broad terms generally describes natural fluctuations in demand rather than demonstrating a lack of adequate service on the specific routes that the applicant proposes. And so without evidence tied to the precise counties and services requested, the showing is insufficient. So the recommendation here is to affirm the ALJ's determination and reject this argument. The fifth argument is that the ALJ applied an incorrect legal standard by repeatedly asking for specific instances of unmet demand. But the record reflects that applicant conceded it had no specific examples, which left only broad statistics and unclear statements that could reflect either low demand or unmet supply. The ALJ's inquiry was consistent with the governing legal requirement that an applicant needs to demonstrate public convenience and necessity with specificity. The recommendation is to reject this argument. The sixth argument returns to the idea that larger vehicles cannot serve the same market as applicants' smaller vehicles, but the evidence indicated that larger vehicles can and do transport smaller groups, and Epic at the hearing testified that it regularly carries fewer than 9 passengers in its vehicles. Vehicle size by itself does not create a separate transportation market, and so the recommendation is to deny this argument. The seventh argument relies on the idea that Easy Care would occupy a distinct small vehicle niche, but merely asserting that such a niche exists without evidence showing how the niche differs from existing service or why current carriers cannot satisfy that market doesn't meet the statutory burden. No record evidence establishes a distinct underserved niche, and therefore the recommendation is to reject this argument. The eighth argument is that incumbents are not meeting public need. Applicant hasn't provided sufficient evidence showing unmet need or inability of existing carriers to provide adequate service. Without demonstrating inadequacy, applicant can't establish that additional authority is required. And so my recommendation is to deny this argument as well. The ninth argument asserts that the ALJ ignored evidence concerning transportation patterns. The ALJ considered the exhibits that applicant raises in its ninth argument, but found that they contained only general information about vehicle usage, trip counts, and service characteristics, none of which established unmet need. On exceptions, the applicant doesn't put forth an argument of how any of the evidence it references in this section demonstrates that it has met its burden. Therefore, I recommend rejecting this argument as well. The applicant's 10th and 11th arguments will return to at the end, but the 12th argument, which is labeled in exceptions as argument 13, once again argues that the intervener doesn't have any overlapping authority. That is, it doesn't have a CPCN that conflicts with the proposed authority of the applicant. But as we alluded to earlier, it was demonstrated at the hearing that the authorities do overlap and that the intervener may transport as few as one passenger despite having vehicles that can carry larger than or more than 9 passengers. So contrary to the applicant's assertions, the authorities do overlap, and I recommend you reject this argument. The applicant's 13th argument, which was labeled as 14, asserts that the ALJ improperly denied administrative notice of certain studies. The record shows that the ALJ declined to take administrative notice of the studies themselves, but admitted the exhibit referencing those studies into evidence. And with respect to weight, the ALJ correctly noted that DIA size doesn't provide specific evidence of carrier inadequacy. So because the exhibits were admitted and considered, there is no error. And because the applicant did not at hearing and doesn't now engage seriously with the content of those studies, the persuasive value is minimal. My recommendation is to reject this argument as well. The applicant's 14th argument is that it was prejudiced by the ALJ's treatment of its motion to strike Mr. Lysenko as a proper representative of intervener Epic Charter. The ALJ concluded that Mr. Lysenko was a proper representative, and now the applicant asserts, with no evidence or development as to how, that it would have structured its examination differently, presented additional evidence, and pursued alternative legal theories. The record contains no indication of what evidence could have been presented, and speculative post-hearing claims don't cure the evidentiary deficiencies. As it stands, the applicant was provided opportunities to introduce exhibits and testimony. My recommendation is also to deny this argument. The applicant's 15th argument is that its existing fleet of accessible vehicles demonstrates operational readiness and that its proposed service supplements rather than replaces existing operations. As to the readiness question, there's no need to reach the issue given the applicant's inability to show a need for the proposed service, and its claim that its service is different because the vehicles are smaller doesn't resolve the conflict with the number of passengers that can be transported as mentioned above. So I recommend rejecting that argument as well. The same thing applies to the 10th and 11th arguments, which ask the commission to make additional findings regarding the applicant's operational fitness. I recommend that the commission not reach these findings because, absent of showing that there's public need for the proposed service, fitness is a moot issue. The applicant's final argument doesn't develop any alleged ALJ error and is largely a list of facts. So without a developed argument, there's nothing for the commission to review. The recommendation is to disregard this portion of the exceptions. So that covers the 16 issues raised on exceptions. Ultimately, I recommend that you deny the exceptions and uphold the ALJ's recommended decision, which denied the application without prejudice. Denial without prejudice leaves Easy Care free to refile, either for the same service or for a more narrowly tailored service. And given the difficulties the applicant experienced as a self-represented party, the commission may also wish to note that it could benefit from retaining counsel. Easy Care could benefit from retaining counsel in preparing any future application or for hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions, but with that, I'll turn it over to you for your vote.
I guess I just struggle with these cases. I think my complaint is more with the statute and the role of the PUC in protecting incumbents. But I don't know. I struggle with this and don't like to be in this position with Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think, you know, the recommendation here is without prejudice, and I think that leaves a pathway for the company to come back. And as Mr. Sarah said, maybe with some legal representation to reapply and address the issues. So I would support the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I would likewise support the recommendation, but certainly share your concerns about the level of rigor that appears to be required by statute and our regulation of transportation services, which may not in the end provide the best public benefit with us having that role to that level. I agree with you. That's probably a statutory issue. So for the time being and what's in front of us, I think Mr. Acera's recommendation is a reasonable way to move forward, but certainly see and agree with your concerns.
So Mr. Acera, I think that's a 3-0 vote to support your recommendation, and it can be an ABC decision, but if you can put some language in the order talking about the concerns of this statutory framework, that'd be great. And if that's a struggle for you, we can do a TPC. Does that give you what you need?
I think we'll be able to do this ABC, and that gives me what I need. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Proceeding number 25G 0444TO. Mr. Peters, and I think I might have gotten too many fours in there, but if I did,
Good morning, commissioners. This is Alec Peters of your commission counsel. So this case comes to you on exceptions filed by staff to the ALJ's recommended decision concluding respondent Reginald Berry, as owner and operator of Precision Towing and Recovery, committed 3 violations of 2 state statutes in conducting 2 tows in mid-2025. Taking into account respondent's history of violations, the recommended decision orders respondent to pay civil penalties of $26,400 and to cease and desist from violating the 2 relevant statutory provisions. In these exceptions, staff explains that the recommended decision fails to address staff's 3rd requested remedy, refunds to the vehicle owners, and requests that the commission order respondent to refund the amounts paid by the 2 vehicle owners for return of their vehicles, which were $825 and $850 respectively. I can pause here for any questions or discussion, or I can proceed to a recommendation.
I'd love to hear your recommendation.
Council recommends you grant staff's exceptions and order refunds. Under section 40-10.1-4061A of the Colorado Revised Statutes and Rule 6511F of the Commission's Transportation Rules, a towing carrier may not charge or retain any fees or charges for towing performed in violation of state statute or commission rule. Based on the recommended decision's conclusion that respondent violated state statute in conducting the 2 tows and the decision's findings that fees were charged for those tows, it is appropriate to order respondent to refund the fees of $825 and $850 to the respective payers. I'll now pause for your vote on this recommendation.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision, Mr. Peters. Thank you. Ms. Sava, Ms. Harper, rulemaking for railroads. Ms. Sava.
Good morning, Commissioner Plant. I'm Jessica Sava with the Rail Transit Safety Section.
I think you're now chair of a Commissioner Plant. It bounces around.
I always say things wrong, and then my cat bit me. I'm not gonna lie, he bit me under the table.
Oh, well, I may be doing that a little above the table, so
Yeah.
keep going.
All right, so today the primary purpose of this rulemaking is to relocate the SSO rules from the General Rail Rules for CCR 723-7 into a new standalone section for CCR 723-14. This shift is intended to improve the identification, accessibility, and readability of the SSO rules. Additionally, the Commission proposes updates to better align the SSO rules with the Federal Transit Administration's regulations, specifically 49 CFR Part 671, minimum safety standards for rail transit railroad workers, and 49 CFR Part 674. State Safety Oversight Program requirements for rail fixed guideway public transportation systems, implementing 49 USC 5329 Finally, the commission proposes targeted enhancements to the SSO rules to better ensure the safety of the traveling public in Colorado. I'll pause here for questions, or I can move to my recommendation.
Now, if you can get a recommendation, that'd be great.
Staff recommends the commission open the notice of proposed rulemaking to move the SSO rules into their own standalone section and make the necessary improvements to the program standard to strengthen the rules to better ensure the safety of the traveling public in Colorado.
Sure, Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision, opening the rulemaking, issuing the NOPR, and proposed rules, and referring it to an ALJ.
Thank you.
So thanks, Ms. Sava. 26V-0227EC. Mr. Riley, Ms. Harper.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nate Riley with Transportation Staff, along with Ruthie Harper of your Commission Council. On June 9th, 2026, the petitioner Waymo LLC filed a petition for a waiver of Rule 6305, luxury limousine, as it pertains to a particular make model of vehicle, an OHI, also known as a Zeekr RT, which is a custom-built minivan type vehicle. The waiver was requested from June 9th, 2026 and continuing indefinitely. The petition was noticed on June 22nd, 2026, and there were 2 interventions filed opposing the waiver. Petitioner has also issued a response to these interventions. In support of the waiver, petitioner states that the underlying vehicle type is equipped with the latest 6th generation Waymo driver autonomous driving technology. The vehicle has 3 large infotainment screens for passenger use, ample sized seats, luxurious legroom, and automatic elevator-like doors. Petitioner describes the passenger experience as, quote, essentially a living room on wheels. Petitioner claims this vehicle type exceeds that of other listed luxury limousine vehicle brands, providing a high-tech, safe, and smooth, comfortable ride. For the underlying make model of vehicle, petitioner submitted a pamphlet outlining some of the key features, including digital images of the interior. At this time, I'd like to pass the discussion over to Ms. Harper to outline the filed interventions and accompanying response from petitioner.
Good morning, Commissioners. 2 entities, Metro Capital Group and Ski Town Transportation, seek to intervene in this matter, either as of right or by motion. Waymo filed a response opposing the interventions. Metro and Ski Town contend that Waymo's entry into Colorado through luxury limousine service could harm their economic interests, disrupt existing transportation markets, and allow Waymo to sidestep much of the regulatory oversight that applies to other carriers. They further argue that Waymo has not demonstrated that the OHI vehicle at issue here meets luxury limousine standards and object to the waiver's fleet-wide indefinite scope. Finally, they challenge Waymo's safety and legal fitness and assert that this matter should proceed through rulemaking rather than a waiver process. Waymo responds that these concerns fall outside the scope of this proceeding, where the sole question is whether the OHI model qualifies as a luxury limousine. Waymo argues that neither Metro nor Ski Town has shown any legally protected or pecuniary interest related to that specific vehicle classification. Waymo also notes that the commission has already granted it a luxury limousine permit and thus argues that the interveners are attempting to broaden a narrow vehicle-specific waiver request into a debate over Waymo's overall autonomous vehicle operations. Under Rule 1401, intervention as of right requires a showing that a legally protected right may be affected by the proceeding, and permissive intervention requires a substantial pecuniary or tangible interest that may be affected and is otherwise not represented. So I can answer questions or move directly to my recommendation.
Now, if you could go to your recommendation.
I
That'd be
recommend
great.
finding that neither Metro nor Ski Town has demonstrated an interest connected to the narrow question presented here, whether the OHI vehicle qualifies for a waiver under Rule 6305. Neither entity identifies a right affected by Waymo's use of this particular vehicle. Their concerns relate to broader topics: autonomous vehicle operations, competitive impacts, regulatory fairness, that fall outside the scope, again, of this specific vehicle classification proceeding. Although they raise two issues that are relevant to the petition, fleet-wide approval and an indefinite duration, those matters can be addressed by the commission without participation of these interveners. The petition and supporting materials provide sufficient information for the commission to resolve the classification question without a hearing or additional participation. That said, I do recommend acknowledging the broader policy questions that Metro and Ski Town have raised. However, they do exceed the scope of this vehicle waiver proceeding. They could be examined in a separate matter, such as a petition for declaratory order or other appropriate filing, where a full record can be developed with the participation from all interested carriers. Both entities here remain free to pursue that path if they wish to bring these broader questions before the commission.
Anything else on this? Are we ready for a vote?
So yes, sorry. So with that, I'll pause and you can vote on this first question here of whether to grant or of whether to deny as recommended these interventions in this matter.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman,
Yeah, I agree as well, Ms. Harper, and certainly recognize these folks have an interest in what is going on here, but agree that the narrowness of this particular issue is not necessarily the place to have those debates or have their input.
I agree as well. Mr. Riley, other issues on this one?
Yes, moving on to the substance of the waiver, it is recommended, or if you prefer, I can give a recommendation as to the substance of the waiver.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. So it is recommended that the commission grant the petition in part. Based on the materials submitted, the OHI appears to offer enhanced legroom, expanded luggage space, wider seating, and multiple digital screens used for navigation and entertainment. While minivans are typically excluded from eligibility as luxury limousines pursuant to Rule 6305A3, the interior configuration and design seems to provide a high-end, spacious, and technologically advanced passenger environment. On that basis, the commission should find that the OHI offers a level of comfort and quality consistent with luxury limousine services. To the matter of the approval of the waiver for more broad make model of vehicle, as opposed to a specific identifiable vehicle, as is standard in these types of proceedings, the fact that these vehicles are custom built for petitioner by the manufacturer makes it unlikely that the waiver would extend beyond their specific use case or inadvertently expand the applicability of Rule 6305A. Finally, to the matter of the requested duration of the waiver, the commission does not usually entertain waivers request with an indefinite end date. This would, in effect, create a permanent exemption and function as a de facto rule change without undergoing the required rulemaking process. As such, the commission should grant the requested waiver for a period of 2 years from the effective date of the decision, consistent with commission practices.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I. And unless there's anything else, I think that can be an ABC decision. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Riley?
I believe it does. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. I think that concludes transportation. So let's jump to energy and water. And we got 26F-0246 EG, 0258 EG, 0260 EG, and 0268 EG. And I'm just going to briefly jump into it. Last week, there were 4 complaint cases on the consent agenda to be referred to an ALJ involving a variety of customer billing disputes and complaints. Given normal PUC process, there was no one available at that time to answer questions. As such, I asked, and you guys both agreed, if this 4 cases could be held over for a week and placed on the discussion agenda so we could better understand the circumstances and ask questions. We now have more details on each of the 4 cases available to us, and I don't think we need to have presentations on each of the 4 complaints, which have their own unique individual facts and circumstances that may not be particularly relevant for the broader discussion. But I do have a couple of high-level questions based on these complaints. And Ms. Harper, if you're still out there, let me ask you. First, at least one of the complainants received a disconnection notice on June 4th that said he had until June 22nd to respond, and claims that he had an active complaint at that time. So my question for you, are these types of alleged disconnect situations compliant with the tariff? As I understand the tariff and our rules both say that a utility should not discontinue service for non-payment for any amount which is the subject of a pending dispute or informal complaint, both of which are defined broadly. I guess largely independent of the allegations in these complaints. Is it consistent with the tariff to threaten to discontinue service in situations like these where there may be a pending dispute or informal complaint?
Yes, Chair. I mean, I can certainly confirm that you're reading the tariff and the rules correctly, and disconnection in those circumstances is prohibited under both the tariff and the rules. But again, as you said, as that would apply in each case is fact specific, and maybe public service has another side of the story. But yes, that is what the tariff and rules say.
And what do you feel about the threat of disconnection?
I mean, I can say I understand your concern is they are threatening to do something that their own tariff and rules say they cannot do.
So would you argue that's inappropriate, or do you think it's okay, or it's just too fact dependent?
I think I mean all that I could offer is they would be threatening to do something that they cannot in fact do.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Harper. A second question is, I'm just trying to better understand the overall trends of disconnection, the reasons for complaints in general, and if those reasons have changed over time. So I guess, Mrs. O'Neill, if you're out there, said another way, is this cluster of complaints representative of a bigger change in the company's approach to its dispute resolution and complaint processes now that the company has smart meter technology to disconnect customers with a push of a button? Or is this indicative of other changes occurring outside the company's control? Or is this not actually unusual? If you could just help me understand what's going on.
Yeah, so I guess a couple things. I mean, one is that I don't think we can determine a trend from these 4 cases. I think we need to look at the broader trend, sort of as you suggested, over time of other formal complaints filed this year and previous years. I can say that this seems to indicate sort of at least a somewhat increase in the number of formal complaints. I've took a little bit of a look. I think numbers of formal complaints typically have been in the sort of 6 to 8 per year category. We had 11 last year. We're already at 11 this year, sort of halfway through the year. So I think overall trend is at least upward in terms of just the number of formal complaints. Not suggesting that that necessarily establishes a problem, but at least raises a concern. In terms of the actual cause or things that are being disputed, again, I don't think we can reach any conclusions by looking at these 4 particular cases. I think we'd have to look an awful lot more at sort of the history and other issues that have been raised sort of beyond these 4 particular formal complaints.
I mean, it seems like elsewhere, it seems like we have evidence that the company may have disconnected over 50,000 residential customers for some period in 2025. Any thoughts on how the disconnections are relating to this complaints, or just just gotta remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the specifics of these individuals, and that's kind of the point of sending them to a judge, just try to figure out what are the particular circumstances for each of these 4 complaints. And, you know, to your point, these are not necessarily proof of a broader trend, though there may be one that exists, and there's been a lot of disconnects.
Okay. Several of these complaints allege unhelpful customer service. In 2024, we saw real problems with customer service. Do you think these issues are resurfacing? Do we know how many people have had similar issues but did not have the resources for a complaint? Or again, we just don't know the bigger picture?
Yeah, at this point in time, without doing further research or audit and working with our consumer affairs folks about looking at their what they're seeing in broader trends, I don't think we know the answer to that.
I have one more comment and maybe one more question, but any questions for Ms. O'Neill? Commissioner Plant?
No.
Commissioner Gelman?
Yeah.
I guess in terms of next step, I'd refer these cases to an ALJ in the normal course of business so that the specific circumstances and facts can be fully considered and litigated in the context of the individual cases. I raise these questions because I think these cases may be examples of larger concerns about the company's disconnection practice and process. I don't want to prejudge the extent of the concern, nor do I know exactly where or how to address these questions, but wanted to address them as they come along. And I guess, Ms. O'Neill, is this something you might be willing to take a look at over the coming weeks and months? No commission order, no requirements. Just as you go about your business, maybe you can see what you see.
Yes, certainly. I mean, I think this is, you know, to your point earlier and in the statements that it made it overall trends. I mean, I think there's some reason to raise concern, at least try to understand what's going on and whether this is part of a bigger trend. And yes, in the ordinary course of staff's investigations and audit and discussions with the company, I think happy to pick this up, thread up, and follow up and try to understand if there's a bigger sort of broader trend that's happening, or if this is just a random happenstance of 4 formal complaints at the same time.
And depending on what you find, will you be willing to report back to us?
Happy to do that, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Planner, you are okay referring these complaints to the ALJ and sort of, I guess, by minute entry?
Yes.
Commissioner Gelman?
Yes.
As am I. Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Thanks, Ms. Harper. Let's go back to the top of the energy water agenda. Public Service Company GAS rate case 25AL-0538G. Settlement. Ms. Friedman, where are we at?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ellie Friedman of your advisory staff, and with me today is Wendy Rosati, Commission Counsel. So today I have 2 procedural issues. First, on July 8th, Public Service filed on behalf of itself, Commission staff, the Office of Utility Consumer Advocate, the Colorado Energy Office, Energy Outreach Colorado, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 111, and the City of Boulder, a notice of comprehensive non-unanimous settlement in principle and motion to amend procedural schedule in this gas rate case. These parties state that a comprehensive settlement in principle had been reached, but the agreement had not yet been committed to a formal written settlement agreement. The settlement filing deadline was actually July 8th, so they request that the Commission amend the procedural schedule to allow the filing of the settlement agreement on Monday, July 13th, and settlement testimony today, Wednesday, July 15th. Although not all parties to the proceeding support the settlement agreement, none oppose the proposed changes to the procedural schedule. On Monday the 13th, a comprehensive non-unanimous settlement was filed, and we expect settlement testimony will be filed today. So given this, advisors recommend the Commission grant the request to amend the procedural schedule in this proceeding, allowing the settlement to be filed on July 13th and the settlement testimony to be filed on July 15th.
Commissioner Plant,
Seems somewhat pro forma, but yes, I agree.
Commissioner Goman,
Yes, deja vu here. I agree.
as do I.
Thank you. And since the settlement agreement is comprehensive and is opposed only by one party, Constellation New Energy, the full 6.5 days scheduled for the evidentiary hearing in this proceeding from July 23rd to the 31st are likely not necessary. So advisors recommend the commission vacate the first 2 days of the hearing, July 23rd and 24th, and begin the hearing on Monday, July 27th.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Goman,
I also agree.
as do I. And if we could ask Constellation for an estimate of the cross at an appropriate date and time, I think that would be helpful to me as I plan out that week.
The schedule does call for a matrix for the witness expected cross-examination time should be filed today. So I would expect we will see that and have a better idea of what the hearing will look like by the end of today.
That's great. Thanks.
And so this can be in ABC order, I hope?
It can.
Thank you.
Well, the next item is the GIP, which we'll take up last for the RRR. Let's go to Mr. Eden, 26A-0235E, near-term resource adequacy.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michael Eden with your advisory team. This morning, Commission Council and I will set up certain procedural decisions and directives for supplemental direct testimony in proceeding 26A-0235E, which concerns Public Service Company of Colorado's near-term resource adequacy application. As you know, the company's application seeks authorization for various near-term actions to improve the company's resource adequacy position in 2027 and 2028. Public Service asserts it may face significant resource adequacy shortfalls in the next couple of years and seeks authorization and cost recovery for certain actions, such as accelerating the construction of the Fort St. Vrain gas-fired combustion turbines, repairing the Hayden Unit 2 coal-fired facility, extending certain existing power purchase agreements or PPAs, executing a new gas PPA, and extending the retirement date of the coal-fired Comanche Unit 2 in Pueblo from December 31st, 2026 to March 31st, 2028. The company requests an expedited procedural schedule that would allow for a commission decision regarding the application by the end of this year. Previously, the commission set a shortened notice and intervention deadline of July 8th, 2026, and also made this the deadline for parties to file responses to the company's motion for extraordinary protection. For your decisions on these first two issues, I'll turn it over to Commission Counsel Mitch DeCenzo.
Mr. DeCenzo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Eden. Mitchell DeCenzo of your Commission Counsel. And as mentioned, I will be presenting briefly for the filed interventions in this proceeding, as well as Public Services motion for extraordinary protection, before turning back to Mr. Eden for a few additional matters. First, staff, CEO, and UCA filed notices of intervention as of right in this matter. Additionally, the following 14 parties filed timely motions for intervention. And I will quickly list them here. The Colorado Energy Consumers, Core Electric Cooperative, the Joint Solar Parties, which is made up of the Colorado Solar and Storage Association, Solar Energy Industries Association, and the Coalition for Community Solar Access, Pivot Energy, the City of Boulder, Conservation Coalition, comprised of NRDC and Sierra Club, Climax Molybdenum Company, United States Solar Corporation, the Board of County Commissioners of Pueblo County, Colorado Independent Energy Association, Holy Cross Electric Association, the Environmental Justice Coalition, made up of Green Latinos, the Ebony Advocates and Vote Solar, Western Resource Advocates, and Enchanted Rock LLC. And the council recommends finding that in each case, the party's filing has met the applicable standards for permissive intervention under Rule 1401A and granting the motions. The resulting decision can therefore reflect that these are the parties to the proceeding, along with public service and staff, CEO, and UCA.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Thank you. And concurrent with its application, Public Service filed its first motion for extraordinary protection, in which the company requests highly confidential treatment of the following category of information. That is proprietary, non-public, commercially, and otherwise highly sensitive information related to existing or potential contracts for resource adequacy actions, including power purchase agreements and contracts for other potential resources, or information about specific counterparties, pricing, duration, or other detailed information regarding current or future market purchases. Public Service requests that access to this information be limited to the commissioners, ALJs, advisory staff, and council, and a reasonable number of attorneys and a reasonable number of subject matter experts representing a party to this proceeding, subject to the appropriate NDAs. The company asserts that the identified category information includes information about the resource adequacy actions under consideration in this proceeding, including the identity of counterparties, facility names, pricing, PPA, and other contract terms, and similar information that's confidential, non-public, and proprietary. The company asserts that disclosure of this information could cause irreparable harm to the company's contracting operations, and its ability to solicit cost-effective resources. The company also points to similar commission-approved treatment of highly confidential information in the JTS and 2021 ERP and CEP proceedings. And I can pause here for discussion or proceed to offering a recommendation.
No, we'd welcome your recommendation.
946A.
Council recommends granting the company's motion for extraordinary protection. Per decision C26-0423-I issued on June 24th, the commission set a concurrent deadline for intervention to responses to the company's MEP. Only two parties, CEO and Core Electric, addressed the company's motion, and both represented that they do not oppose the company's request. The company's motion is therefore unopposed. Additionally, the company's request for a protective order in this matter is narrow and reasonable, and as the company points out, the requested treatment has been granted to substantively similar information in prior commission proceedings.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Eden.
Mr. Eden,
Thank you. So I'll now tee up some decision points regarding the establishment of a procedural schedule and discovery procedures. In Public Services application, the company requests that the commission grant the application without a hearing, but if a hearing is required, that it be held in person. In the decision setting a shortened notice and intervention deadline, the commission invited the parties seeking intervention to opine on whether a hearing in this proceeding is necessary, and if so, whether it should be held in person. Through their intervention filings, no party explicitly supports the company's request that the matter be decided without a hearing. In fact, multiple parties request a hearing, including CEO, UCA, staff, CEC, Core, Joint Solar Parties, Pivot Energy, WRA, the U.S. Solar Corporation, and the Environmental Justice Coalition, or EJC. Regarding a remote or in-person hearing, CEO and the company request an in-person hearing, but neither party offers reasoning to support their request. In contrast, multiple party interventions note inequities, costs, and other concerns with an in-person only hearing. For example, EJC argues that remote hearings are necessary to further accessibility and equity. The U.S. Solar Corporation, Joint Solar Parties, and Core raise similar arguments, including that remote hearings better support cost-effective participation. Finally, on July 10th, 2026, the UCA filed an amended notice of intervention specifically to oppose Public Services' request for an in-person hearing. UCA argues the Commission has successfully, economically, and efficiently conducted multiple remote multi-day hearings in major cases without adverse effects, and that remote hearings reduce costs. So your first decision point is whether to set a hearing, And if so, whether the hearing should be in person, remote, or hybrid. And I have a recommendation on this point if you'd like.
We'd welcome your recommendation.
Advisors and counsel recommend the commission set a remote evidentiary hearing. Given the nature of the disputed issues in this proceeding, an evidentiary hearing will be necessary. Regarding the nature of the evidentiary hearing, we find the party arguments against an in-person hearing to be persuasive, particularly here where the commission will be managing 18 parties on an expedited schedule and where CEO and the company provide no substantive argument or support for an in-person hearing. With the understanding that there will be a fully remote evidentiary hearing, advisors recommend directing public service to confer with the parties on discovery procedures and a consensus procedural schedule, and to file no later than 12 p.m. on July 27, 2026, a motion for approval of a procedural schedule and discovery procedures. If the parties are unable to reach a consensus procedural schedule or discovery procedures, then public service should be required to file a conferral report. And then finally, given the expedited nature of this proceeding and the commission's calendar constraints, advisors recommend informing the parties upfront that the only feasible time for a hearing in this matter is the week of November 2nd. Relatedly, the commission should direct that the deadline for filing any settlement agreement and supporting testimony shall be no less than 2 weeks prior to the start of the evidentiary hearing.
I'm good with the recommendation, and that would just highlight that the commission stands ready to do in-person hearings, but that in this case, that was not what the parties wanted, and we're deferring to their cost structures and preferences. So if you could highlight that in the order, that'd be great. Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gellman?
Also agree.
Keep going, Mr. Eden.
Yes. So the next topic we'll take up is supplemental draft. At the June 24th commissioners meeting, Commissioner Gilman and Chair Blank both laid out proposals for supplemental draft that would clarify the company's large load forecast and update the loads and resources workbooks submitted as part of the 2026 annual ERP report. Advisors recommend the commission revisit the issue of supplemental direct testimony today, picking up where the commission left off on June 24th. If you'd like, I could summarize what was discussed on June 24th, or just hand it over to you for your discussion.
Well, I'll start with mine and let Commissioner Gellman and Commissioner Plank go wherever they want. But as I said on June 24th, I'd like more clarity. I'd like to see more clarity on the forecasts that underlie the company's updated load and resource table requests in this proceeding. Back on March 31st, 2026, the company filed executable work papers in 24A-0442E, the March 2026 Annual Update ERP Annual Progress Report Attachment A. Even though it appears that there's been significant changes to both the forecasted loads and the accredited resources since March 31st, we don't have executable work papers that break out and detail these changes. As such, I'd ask the company to file an updated work paper in the same detailed executable format as in the March 31st filing. To the extent there are any changes in the Public Service Company load and resource comp and PSCO forecast underlying comp tabs from that filing, I'd like to see each individual change down to the project level in a separate row and described in narrative format so that it's possible to see each change that has occurred since March in the native load forecast, forced outage rates, accredited capacity, resource position, and any other relevant assumption or result. And just to be clear, these are the same requests and items I proposed a few weeks ago, June 24th, when we set the shortened intervention period. So Commissioner Plant, would you be okay asking for supplemental direct on those items?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I agree with getting the executable differences that between those two. I was wondering if you would want to expand that to include the RFP assumptions that were filed just yesterday in the JTS, which are also different. and just to be able to
harmonize both.
like, because I would be interested in seeing, where are these going as we move from March to, as we go down the line, sort of what's happening with these assumptions, because they do seem to be changing pretty significantly over time.
So I guess I'm strongly supportive of that request, but I haven't looked at those materials. Would you like to see the difference from what they filed in this case, or would you like to see the difference in March? So just help Mr. Eden do it. So from
I think
March
all
or
of them. Yeah, I think just take their assumption, maybe start with the March and then show what is changing over time that led to their last assumption and then that led to the one that they filed yesterday. Because I'm just not sure what's happening temporally that's changing, something that has pretty significant impacts across the board. So yeah, that's all I was going to suggest. And Mr. Eden may have a bit
clarifying questions. Yeah, Mr. Eden, clarifying questions.
Sure. Yeah, I agree that we got a filing on March 13th that included updated load forecasts that the company states it plans to use in phase 2 of the JTS. And I would agree with Mr. Plant that it's not clear from initial review that the assumptions that are used in the phase 2 of the JTS are the same assumptions and forecasts that are being put forth in this proceeding. Advisors would recommend going back even farther though and starting with the low forecast of phase 1 of the JTS, and then the March 31st loads and resources forecast, the loads and resources forecast put forth in this proceeding, and then the loads and resource forecast that'll be put forth in phase 2 of the JTS. Being able to compare each of those steps in the same executable work paper.
I'm happy to have that done. I think Ms. Rosen did that in a presentation earlier this spring, but it'd be nice to have the company confirm that. So I'm supportive of that. So we'll go all the way back to the low load forecast, which is October 24. And there's a lot of changes since then. Mr. Eden, Commissioner Gilman, you want to jump into this anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with the concept. Perhaps just have a few clarifications here. With regard to the March 31st document, which was the ERP update, loads and resources table, which I understand is kind of a format we've seen before, but part of the difficulty here is the format keeps changing, and apparently the assumptions keep changing, and we need some better understanding of why. But I will say also in March 13th of this year, we got different loads and resources table, add another one to the mix, from the NTP proceeding, I think, Mr. Eden, and that had yet a different format. And to my understanding, actually had some additional detail that could be expanded to see what went into some of the assumptions. And so conceivably, that's a level of detail that exists for every one of these in order to roll up and get. It just may be in some of these other formats, we're seeing a total rather than a subtotal, which could be seen in a similar format to the March 13th NTP version. I will say, if you're looking through your files, it uses baby blue and some of the columns, which none of the others do. So that's how I pick that one apart. So I will say, I totally agree with the need and the concept to stack these up side by side at a minimum. I will say, it looks like, it's hard to tell given the difference in format. It looks like a lot, if not all of the information in between the March 13th and March 31st is similar or the same. So I'm not talking about a difference of information, but a difference in presentation and detail that's contained therein. So I'm totally on board with lining up if we want like JTS Direct, March, which March to be determined, March data, the filing in this proceeding, as well as the JTS information. What I would suggest is for each entry, for each year, they line up side by side these different forecast quantities and then explain any differences as far as what changed in their assumptions to make the changes in that particular area. So I would expect to see in any components of the load, in any components of the generation that have changed over that time frame, that we understand upon what assumptions those changes happened, so that we can actually understand the influence of those. So I think we agree in the concept on that. I was just adding a little more detail of presentation. I think really the question is, do we expect the level of detail that was in the March 13th, which essentially allows expansion of more detail of the categories of the loads and resources, which would be my preference.
And I guess I may have caused some confusion, and maybe I should have let you summarize this instead of me doing it, Mr. Eden. But the one I'm interested in tying it out to is the one Ms. Rosen took from 2024 to March 2026 and showed every change. So that whatever, and I'm confused between March 13th and March 31st. And my notes just said March 3rd, March 2026. So if you could just help us get to the right starting point, that'd be great. And maybe this should be a TPC order so we can all get on the same page.
The report that you're referring to, Chair Blank, and the data that Ms. Rosen used comes from the March 31st ERP
Okay.
report. The March 13th filing that Commissioner Gilman is referring to my understanding, yeah, you can correlate the load forecast in both of those separate worksheets, but in the March 13th filing, it also breaks it out by winter and summer and lists other categories, including large loads and EVs. And it also allows you to see individual generation assets in source tables. So that's that additional detail that Commissioner Gilman is talking about in the March 13th filing. But the March 13th filing, we don't have the history of that one like we do in the March 31st ERP annual report, where we have years of that same workbook being filed.
Okay. So I guess there's maybe 4 reconciliations we're trying to do. One is back to the low load forecast in the JTS. The other is between March 13th and March 31st with more detail. And then the JTS recent filing. So does that make sense to you, Mr. Eden?
Yeah, I think I see it as the commission could get an update on the March 31st filing as you requested. And then there's just the issue of when the company compares, does those 4 iterations, does it do that in the March 31st ERP filing, or does it do that in the March 13th filing? Or I suppose the commission could ask that it does it in both updated workbooks.
I will say not to do it in that proceeding. I don't want that to be interpreted. That's what you're saying, but to do it in the format shown in that information. And I guess like my pitch is, it seems to me in reviewing these, first of all, very confusing that there are different formats, that the numbers keep changing, and so I think it's important to see here. I mean, I think the commission stands at the ready to move at the speed the company would like us to. But it is essential, I mean, given this conversation, that we start with good information that can directly compare what's going on here and what is the difference in the values we've been shown, over the course of a year. I guess to me, looking at the March 13th document, it includes more detail that can then be totaled to get to the same format and the same totals as in the March 31st. I think if you use the March 31st format, you may not have some detail, whereas you cannot disaggregate back. So that's my interest in the format.
I strongly support getting more detail. And I think you do too, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah.
All right, does that give you what you need to draft this, Mr. Eden?
I think so. So it sounds like consistent with what you read earlier, Chair Blank, the company will submit an updated format of the March 31st workbook. But then also, to Commissioner Plant's point, the company will file an updated workbook of the March 13th in the March 13th format that goes through each iteration, including the assumptions that the company plans to use in phase 2 of the JTS.
I think that's fair.
And it explains any difference in the value.
Yes, yes. I have two more things, but not exactly supplemental direct questions for the parties, and want to document something. So maybe I'll jump to you, Commissioner Gilman, on your supplemental direct request. Happy to have Mr. Eden summarize it, or however you'd like to proceed. Then I'll go to Commissioner Plant, see if he has anything, and then I'll come back and do my last two things.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to have Mr. Eden summarize my large load questions from previously. And then I have one more to add when he's done. But Mr. Eden, if you wouldn't mind going through those from essentially, if you recall, this is the compilation of the large load reporting that's primarily been done confidentially, going back several months into previous filings and looking at that comparison.
Certainly. So, yeah, at the June 24th Commissioner Weekly meeting, Commissioner Gilman proposed requiring the following 6 items in supplemental direct related to the large load forecast. First, a presentation of all of the data in one executable document showing by customer the data shown in each report, from the JTS direct, the JTS rebuttal, and each monthly report filed in proceeding 25V-0480E. Second, the presentation must correct or fully explain any in-service dates that have either passed or which show 0 load in the accompanying data. Public Service shall also update the reporting to specifically identify any withdrawn large loads and the month they withdrew. Third, in any case where a large load customer's probability or step has declined since the JTS direct, the company must provide an explanation. For example, the company should clarify how certain projects went from step 10, which is approved and in construction, to only in study form. Fourth, in the instances where the projects still identify a 2025, 2026, or 2027 in-service date, the company shall consult with the prospective customer and identify the expected actual timeframe per customer to get to step 10 and to bring the load online. The company must also identify the average time period that has taken for a large load customer to progress from step 3 to step 10 and from step 6 to step 10. Fifth, Public Service must disclose whether it has specifically inquired with each large load customer about, 1, if they are waiting for resolution of the large load tariff proceeding, which is proceeding 26AL-0137E, in order to commit their loads to the company's service territory. And 2, if so, upon resolution of that proceeding and any appeal phases, how long the project would be in construction before loads would be active. And 6th, compared to the large load forecast put forth in the JTS rebuttal, the cumulative forecasted load in the latest report appears to be about 700 megawatts lower for 2026 and about 1,400 megawatts lower for 2027. Public Service shall clarify if this drop in forecasted large loads is incorporated in the loads and resources figures put forth in this proceeding. And then in addition to these, advisors recommend adding a related directive regarding large load customers. Specifically, advisors recommend that the Commission direct Public Service to break out which large load customers, for example, customer A or customer B, are included in the load forecast underlying the company's loads and resources tables for 2027 and 2028, the megawatts per year for each customer, and the category in which the large loads are located. The intent for this would be for the commission and parties to be able to correlate the monthly large load reports with the updated work papers that would be submitted in this proceeding.
Commissioner Plant, you okay with that?
I agree.
As do I. I assume Commissioner Gilman, you support that?
I do, and thank you. And as to the last part, I mean, gets to some of the confusion about the categories. Sometimes having more levels of detail, it is not at all clear where the large loads are appearing in some of the loads and resources table. So that identification will be very helpful as well to correlate the information. So yes, I agree with adding those. Thanks for summarizing, Mr. Eden. One additional question from me, it certainly strikes me that in part, some of this discussion includes concerns about the 2026 summer, although potentially not as acutely as 2027. But here we are in the midst of a very, very hot spell of weather in the 2026 summer. I would also suggest that we require public service to disclose the actual monthly total system peak coincident load beginning in August 2025, when kind of some of their resource adequacy issues, especially with basically Comanche 3 ceasing operation in August 2025 through present. What I want to do is be able to understand, especially given some really significant hot weather experience this summer, how the system is actually performing, how the peak loads actually look. I think in some cases we've had a pretty unfortunate circumstance of hot weather paired with some smoke cover, which could inhibit some renewables and things like that. So I'm hoping this information would be very helpful for us to get really the latest information on actuals in terms of how the system is looking this summer, given weather that has been seen thus far. So I did go back and forth with Mr. Eden a little, trying to circle around the right exact language. And Chairman, I don't know, you might have an impression on this. What I want to do is be sure that we get metrics that can be directly compared to some of what we're looking at in the loads and resources table, especially as it relates to the load side as well. But I know some of this is difficult, especially given the company's treatment of like behind the meter solar and other things in the loads table. So I really wanted to first express our intent as part of this question to be sure that if there is a more accurate way to directly compare apples to apples, that is what the company ends up giving us. In reviewing some of the terminology within the loads and resources table, I think most appropriate what we're asking for is the actual monthly total system peak coincident load that matches the components included in the firm load obligation, for example, in the March 31st ERP report work paper, and then show that every month since August 2025. What we want to be able to do is directly correlate what we're being shown as loads in the loads and resources table to what has literally been experienced on the system monthly, over the most recent history, so we can understand that. So I don't know, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so again, I'm hearing this for the first time and have not had the benefit of chatting with Mr. Eden, but I would have what I would view as a friendly amendment to that, which is, or not even addition more, I'd like to see during those peak demand hours, and it's probably 3 or 4 hours when the coincident peak demand is highest, what the generation is underneath those hours, including behind the meter generation. I'm incredibly thinking that the highest loss of load probability is not necessarily linked to highest coincident peak demand, but much more highest coincident peak demand minus wind and solar. So I think actually July is maybe less risky than August or September when the solar is suppressed. So would you be okay adding in how they met the load so we can see the generation side during those hours as well as just the coincident peak? And to the extent that the highest loss of load probability hour is peak demand minus wind and solar, I think that could be revealing too. Because I think our orange alert last year was driven by maybe less wind and solar than the highest coincident peak demand. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Commissioner Gilman, and then I'll turn it back to Mr. Eden.
I'm sorry. I don't disagree with the general premise around risk. I think I would prefer that we see the component parts rather than just a roll up, just like a netting, so that we can actually understand. So I would prefer the load to be broken out in the way they have shown it similarly, and then the generation. So I'm definitely on board with your message, but I want to make sure we get raw enough data that analysis can be done rather than try to be unwound in a way we can't really unwind it. So I think I'm fine with that. And I would also add to identify the date and time of this peak situation. And that would allow us as well as parties to better understand the weather circumstances, the kind of surrounding situation. So I'm fine with that. And again, just want to express the intent that this be able to be directly correlated to values we're seeing in the loads and resources table, so we can understand how those forecasts correlate to actuals. So if our terminology is not perfect, we've tried to go back and look at the loads and resources table to say what we're looking at, but really we want to look at those in the view of actual events in the highest peak situations over the last several months.
I appreciate you raising this and love that, because it looks like there is a very large gap between actual peak demand and what we're seeing in the loads and resources table, just hundreds of megawatts in 2025. So I appreciate your trying to tie this down and better understand it. Commissioner Plant, thoughts, comments?
Nothing to add. It sounds like a good proposal.
Miss made you a commissioner, Mr. Eden. You're functioning like it anyway. Any additional clarity or guidance or questions you'd like, or does that give you what you want? And I think this one's going to have to be TBC, although we're going to do it quick.
No, on that last point, to get the actuals, both load and the resources beginning in August 2025 through present, I think we have what we need on that point.
I have two more issues. Well, let me see. Commissioner Plant, did you have any supplemental direct requests in addition to what you've already offered?
Nothing additional.
I don't know that it's pure supplemental direct, but I have a couple more issues. One, it seems like the natural gas PPA, I think it's small, 60 or 70 megawatts that the company proposes to acquire for a 2-year term seems at first glance to be attractively priced based on what we've seen recently in the NTP. The company seems to warn, however, that the developer of the PPA might sign with a different off-taker who can offer to exceed the 2-year term. I certainly don't want to expand the scope of this proceeding, which is focused on 2027 and 2028, and I'm committed to hit the requested timeframe. But maybe in this order, if it's possible, I'd just like to ask the company and the other parties if we should be exploring a longer-term acquisition of this specific PPA, just given that it may be very attractively priced. So again, not trying to prejudge any issue, but just asking if that consideration would be in the public interest. So Commissioner Plant, would you be okay with including that request for guidance from the parties in this order?
Agree.
Commissioner Gilman, you okay with that?
Yes.
And then I guess I have one last thing that's been bothering me for 6 or 7 months since the NTP. Given the concerns over near-term resource adequacy expressed in the company submission, I can't help but look back at our request for almost 4 years now that the company pursue the acquisition of permitted and developed CTs that are on standby, ready for construction if needed, but not actually approved for construction. For instance, in our initial PUC Phase 1 order in the 2021 ERP from August 3rd, 2022, we found, and I'm quoting, material risk remains that public services system may need more capacity sooner because of extreme weather, extended unit unavailability, or an inability to build some of the CT resources selected out of Phase 2 of this ERP process. Under any of these circumstances, it could take a year to run an acquisition process and at least 3 years to build additional CTs. Later in that order, paragraph 407, 408, the Commission said, to help mitigate these near-term concerns and to create optionality, we request that the company explore requiring pre-construction development assets. This approach would enable these projects to come online in the future in an accelerated manner. And in that order, we affirmed our general support for potential interim customer funding. A few weeks later, in the Triple R order from September 21st, 2022, we found, and I'm quoting again, that it is in the public interest to have robust and updated contingency planning that includes gas-fired resources such as CTs that are fully permitted, including the air quality permit, and on standby, although not authorized for construction should they be needed. The record in Phase 1 seems to indicate that this could be as much as 400 to 500 megawatts of CTs. If public services system experiences a capacity shortfall, having a capacity asset that could be approved for construction and come online relatively quickly could be incredibly helpful. Finally, in Phase 2 order from January 2024, the Commission also pointed out at page 99, footnote 280, that we take the risk that new load is increasing seriously, and we would encourage public service to work to ensure that it has additional firm dispatchable resources as close to construction ready as reasonably possible. Although in that case, we declined to approve for construction some of the gas the company wanted. As recently as the 2026 annual ERP report, the company has acknowledged what it characterized as the Commission's general request that it conduct preliminary work such as permitting siting that can help ensure the resources available to quickly construct if the needs arises. The company asserted that it was continuing to evaluate such structures, but referenced challenges with this concept without particularly elaborating. I can't help but think we'd be in a much better position had the company went forward with the development and permitting of new thermal resources, even if it did not have full authorization to commence construction. Based on the company's proposals, in this case, it does not appear that any such developed and permitted thermal assets can come online in 2027 and 2028. But I'd like to outline this history in our order and invite the company to let us know if this is somehow an incorrect assumption. So I just want to lay out this history and confirm once and for all that we don't have these assets. I'm pretty sure we don't. Which is unfortunate because we have fully mobilized EPC, and this could provide some real low-cost flexibility as we struggle with large new loads, unit unavailability, and the retirement of the coal plants, which may be delayed because we don't have these resources in a way we can build quickly. So I guess Commissioner Plan, are you okay just outlining that history in this order and seeing if the company, yes or, I mean, it's like a yes or no, it's not delayed. Do you have these resources available?
Yeah, I agree. And also to get the input from the parties as well.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
That's all I got, Mr. Eden. Does that give you enough for a TBC order?
Yeah, it does on that point. I do have one other quick request from Pueblo County to cover, and then maybe just like a quick tie-up of everything. That's okay. In its intervention, Pueblo County requests that the commission order the company to evaluate carbon capture retrofits for Comanche 2 and Comanche 3 to determine if the continued operation of Comanche 2 and 3 can provide reliability and reduce emissions at no cost to ratepayers. Pueblo County contends a carbon capture project would preserve Pueblo's tax base and workforce while avoiding the choice between environmental progress and the economic survival of a host community. The issue before you is how to proceed with Pueblo County's request, and I have a recommendation if you'd like.
I'd welcome the recommendation.
So given the expedited nature of this proceeding and the need to focus on reliability actions for 2027 and 2028, advisors recommend against attempting to resolve the issue of carbon capture in this proceeding. However, if you agree with Pueblo County that this is a potential the company should explore, we recommend the commission direct the company to respond to Pueblo's request and its supplemental direct, addressing where, outside of this proceeding, consideration of carbon capture would be most appropriate. For example, it might be in one of the upcoming monthly filing reports that the company submits in proceeding number 25V-048E.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to follow up on the Pueblo recommendation, although I am sympathetic that this may not be the ideal venue given the timing constraints. So I like all that. Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
And then, thank you. One other quick thing to tie this all together. Given the expedited schedule that will be required for a decision by December 31st, advisors recommend requiring supplemental direct by July 31st, 2026, which will be tight given the timelines, but advisors suggest and would recommend putting this in the decision that the vast majority of this supplemental direct really shouldn't be new information that the company needs to create, but is simply explaining the loads and resources assumptions that the company is relying on for its requested relief in this proceeding. So in other words, just providing the commission and the parties with the underlying data that is the basis of those loads and resources.
Commissioner Plant.
Great.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
As do I. And I think we better do this as TBC. But Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gilman, can you guys turn this around within, same day? Or do you think we better get this out? Mr. Eden, do you think we have time? I mean, that supplemental direct is really narrow.
Yeah, advisors and council were hoping to get this decision out sometime this week, which would provide the company 2 weeks for the supplemental direct deadline, which is July 31st. So that's my only caution with a TBC decision.
Commissioner Plant, do you have the bandwidth to turn this within hours?
Well, yeah, it depends on when when are you expecting to get this to us? Are you getting it to us on Friday and turn it around quickly, or get it to us tomorrow? And
we could probably get it to start circulation tomorrow.
yeah, I can get that back.
So it sounds like you have bandwidth on Friday to turn this.
Yep.
Commissioner Gilman.
I should, but I agree with Commissioner Plant. It depends which hours. But I feel fairly comfortable. I think Mr. Eden has my language and understands the modifications that that I have to which tables are used for the loads and resources. So I'm fairly comfortable moving forward even without it, but we'll certainly try my best if you decide to do TBC.
Would you be okay if it was an ABC decision, but Mr. Eden ran your language by me so I can just take a quick look at how it all flows out.
Yes.
Would that work for you?
Yeah, and I think he has a small modification to it to put your amendment in there to also look at the generation contributions, but I feel comfortable he'll capture the concept. So I don't have any concerns if it doesn't come to me. If it needs to come to me, no worries. I'll try my best to get it done as soon as possible.
So I guess does that work for you? So it's an ABC order where I'm just going to take a quick look at Commissioner Gilman's language, and if there's any concerns or material changes at Mr. Eden and Council's judgment, it would get circulated to you and Commissioner Gilman. Would that work?
I think that's safer.
All right. Does that work for you, Mr. Eden?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for the flexibility, and thanks for leading us through this, Mr. Eden. I think we're down to the GIP. Ms. Rosati, Ms. Davis, take us through.
Do you want to take a break before we start? I think this is going to be a while, right?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break till 10:40. And I have lunch plans, so I may need another 5 or 10 minutes to push lunch back if depending on how long this goes. 10:40. All right. Proceeding 25A-022OG, Ms. Davis, Ms. Dundas, Public Service Companies, GIP, Triple R.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kimber Davis of the Commission Advisory Staff. I'm joined by Mike Mendelson, Commission Advisory Staff, and Lindsay Dundas of your Commission Council. Advisor Ron Davis is also here today for any questions you may have. Today, we're here to discuss the June 4th, 2026 decision number C26-0371 addressing the company's 2025 to 2030 Gas Infrastructure Plan, or GIP. Public Service Company of Colorado and separately the Conservation Advocates timely filed an application for rehearing, re-argument, or reconsideration, or Triple R, to the GIP decision on June 24, 2026. On July 8, 2026, Conservation Advocates and Colorado Communities for Climate Action jointly filed a motion for leave to respond to Public Service's Triple R. First, Council will present the motion for leave to respond. We also draw the Commission's attention to the settlement filed yesterday in 25AL-0538G. While the settlement has not been considered in that proceeding yet, there are certain terms that are relevant to your discussion today, such as NPA or non-pipeline alternative analysis for system safety and integrity projects and respective risk scoring methodologies, as well as certain pilots considered by the Commission and the GIP or GIP. Before we get started, do the Commissioners have initial comments they wish to make?
I think on this one, maybe we'll have you go first, Commissioner Goman. You okay with that, Commissioner Plant?
I welcome it.
Yeah.
right.
Let me see if Commissioner Goman has any comments. I'll have some broader comments after the first issue, but I don't have any preliminary comments. Commissioner Goman, do you?
I don't have anything prepared, but just again to reiterate the purpose of the GIP to really give a perspective look at the intended expenditures on the gas system to ensure that we have a sufficient basis for those and understand what's coming rather than only a retroactive review in rate cases, which feels particularly important, especially given the policy construct in which the gas system is now operating. With clean heat plans and an expectation of, in some cases, lower sales moving forward, which I know, as this commission has expressed in the past, make it really as important as ever for us to scrutinize and look at upcoming capital expenditures as well as potential alternatives to those expenditures to ensure that we don't reach a really untenable situation with costs on this system if we see sales decline and continue to see increased capital spending. So hopefully this gives a broad framing here for our review of Triple R requests for the GIP.
Commissioner Plant?
Nothing additional.
Me neither. Why don't you jump in and lead us through, Ms. Davis?
Okay, thanks, Commissioners. I'll turn it over now to Ms. Dundas to present the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Lindsay Dundas of your Commission Council. And I'll present today the motion for leave to respond filed by Conservation Advocates and CC4CA on July 8th. Conservation Advocates filed this motion for leave to respond to Public Services Triple R application, in which it argues that leave to respond is appropriate because the application introduces new facts, new proposals not in evidence regarding design day temperature methodology, electric system costs, and the Spear Canal project. The motion primarily focuses on what it asserts are factual misstatements within the company's Triple R application. At a high level regarding the design day methodology, Conservation Advocate seeks leave to respond because it argues the company raises an entirely new proposal, and it also disputes some of the company's characterizations of record support, whether it exists or not within the record. Regarding electric system costs, Conservation Advocates argues the company's statements regarding concerns raised in the GIP decision regarding the company's calculations of electric system costs are also not supported by evidence in the record, and that certain statements by the company here were misstatements because the record does actually include numerous analyses about the cost calculations. Regarding the Spear Canal project CPCN, Conservation Advocates argues the response is appropriate because there's alleged misstatements about relevant party positions. And then finally, for the NPA analysis for SSNI projects. Conservation advocates argues that a response is appropriate because the company misstates prior commission decisions on the same topic. I'll pause here for your discussion or can provide a recommendation as to whether to grant the motion for leave to respond.
I think we'd welcome a recommendation.
Commission Rule 1506B provides that no response to an application with RRR may be filed except upon motion. And a motion for leave to respond to an application must demonstrate a material misrepresentation of a fact in the record, an incorrect statement or error of law, an attempt to introduce facts not in evidence, or present newly discovered facts, material for the moving party that a party could not with reasonable diligence have discovered prior to the application for RRR. Here, under this standard, I recommend finding that conservation advocates did not meet the standard to demonstrate a response is necessary. Responses to RRR are generally discouraged and should not be an opportunity to argue the merits of the RRR application. And further, the press of business requires the commission to consider these GIP applications this week. Delay for responses to this motion would delay important GIP decisions from going into effect and would necessitate the commission to hold the statutory RRR deadline, which we try not to do.
Commissioner Plain,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Thank you, commissioners. Because you've denied the motion for leave to respond, I will not go further into the substance of the conservation advocate's response, and Ms. Davis can go through the issues presented in the two applications for RRR.
Ms. Davis,
Okay.
24 issues left, one down.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Dundas. As you stated, there's roughly 24 decision points today, starting with a discussion of design day temperature. So I'll start by providing an overview of the issue and then frame up the decision before the commission. Relative to design day temperature, Rule 4553A9 requires the utility to provide the then current peak design temperature assigned to unique segments of the utility system used for capacity planning and data to support such design temperatures. In its GIP filing, Public Service explains that it calculates design day temperature for a system based on a company-determined probability for a 1 in 30 year cold weather event occurring within an associated weather zone. Public Service utilized 9 different weather zones to determine each independent design day temperature. In paragraph 44 of the decision, the Commission directs Public Service to update its design day methodology as recommended in the joint stipulation by 1, using more recent data from 2000 to present and a 1 in 25 year probability, 2, updating the method of estimating peak hour usage for existing customers and changing the linear regression approach, and 3, updating the method of estimating system peak demand by applying a diversity factor to account for regional temperature variability. Public Service seeks reconsideration of the Commission's first 2 directives. First, Public Service seeks reconsideration of the directive to use more recent weather data from 2000 to present and a 1 in 25 year probability. And if the Commission does not support the company's design day methodology, which the company argues is based on well-established criteria, Public Service proposes using a rolling 50 years of data and a 1 in 25 year probability. Alternatively, the company proposes to provide in future GIPs the temperature at which the need for a particular planned project arises so that the parties will be able to see the degree of need under multiple design day temperatures over the company's planning horizon. The company offers that this alternative approach avoids decision based on the reasonableness of singular design day temperature and allows for an assessment of the degree of need of a project under multiple design day temperatures over the company's planning horizon. In support of its request to the Commission to modify its design day directives, Public Service asserts that it's the only expert operator and gas system planner in this proceeding. The company contends that the Commission's determinations on this point essentially put it in the untenable position of imprudently planning its system and jeopardizing the reliability of its gas service and thus the customer and public safety on the coldest days of the year. The company claims that the joint stipulator's preferred methodology was not supported by any evidence in the record regarding impacts to system reliability, whereas the company asserts that its design day methodology is based on well-established criteria, which has allowed the company to provide safe and reliable service for customers during cold weather and extreme weather conditions for many decades. Public Service also states that the decision will result in wild swings in design day temperature year over year, and the company argues that using the design selected methodology results in a design day temperature of -20 degrees Fahrenheit for the Denver weather zone, not minus 24 degrees Fahrenheit as the decision indicates. Public Service contends that changing the data set by a single year will result in a full 4-degree swing in design day temperatures. The company provides a table illustrating that in all but 2 weather zones, actual minimum temperatures within the last 15 years exceeded the design day temperatures that would be set by the decision. Public Service contends that in these 2 weather zones, the actual coldest temperature in the last 15 years was within 1 degree of the methodology set forth in the decision. The company also argues that adding a single year to the data set causes a 4-degree swing in design day temperature for the Denver weather zone and design day daily minimum temperatures that are well within reach in any given winter. Public Service maintains that this demonstrates turbulence imputed by using a limited data set and is not a dependable or sustainable approach to system planning. So, the question for you to decide is whether to modify its directive to the company to use more recent weather data from 2000 to present and a 1 in 25 year probability, and either 1, require rolling 50 years of data and a 1 in 25 year probability, or 2, require multiple design day temperatures over the company's planning horizon, or 3, adopt a different methodology altogether.
Commissioner Gottman?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I would start out by saying this issue has been debated in several proceedings now, some of which the commission has actually pointed interveners to this to be the appropriate forum to discuss it. So, and in each, many interveners and the commission itself have expressed concern about the company's methodology for estimating its design day peak, with several areas of concern, with temperature being one of them, with the express concerns that all of these different issues likely lead to the methodology being too conservative and risk overbuilding of the system. Notably, the company focuses quite a bit on the risk of underbuilding, as is appropriate given the real structural challenges of the gas system, where outages are much more difficult to deal with and remedy than they would be on the electric system, putting customers who heat at gas at inherently more risk during the potential for one of these events. However, they did not adequately respond to concerns expressed in this record about both the risk of an overly conservative planning standard, especially in the face of declining sales in the system, where investment may need to be short-lived if existent, for it's serving, for a project that may serve a short-lived if existent need, where fewer customers also might be left to shoulder the burden of increasing investment by the company. Additionally, they don't provide strong arguments as to why, especially in the face of these pressures for more precision in planning, we should utilize a methodology which extreme cold temperatures from the middle of last century are given equal weight to pronounced and well-studied warming trend that we can see before our eyes and in the data provided within this proceeding by interveners. Interveners like conservation advocates through Mr. Brand's testimony and CEO through Hennefeld's testimony point to a clear warming trend, increasingly pronounced since the 1970s and 1980s. This is evident in the parties' analysis of design day temperatures based on the vintages of the temperatures included, continually trending warmer with less likelihood of extreme cold. CEO's witness states that climate modeling indicates that the intensity and frequency of cold extremes is very likely to decrease with climate change, and that the Colorado Climate Center reports that there is a very high confidence that Colorado's climate will continue to warm in all seasons, including through the mid-21st century. They summarize that design temperatures are likely to continue to increase over time, but the extremely long period that the company's historical methodology uses can essentially mask these dramatic recent changes due to the influence of these much older temperatures within the data set. For the majority of the company's planning zones, they have not seen their design day temperature in over 60 years and not one in the last 35 years. So given this, let's see, CEO also points out that utilizing temperatures not seen in Colorado in 30 to 60 years, while we're well aware we're experiencing a real life warming trend, likely skews us toward a bigger system in a way that is not analytically sound given the evidence before us. CEO also pointed to best practices that included more heavily weighting recent data, applying trends to historical data, and gave examples of utilities where this is occurring. However, we have not yet seen the company express willingness to listen or adapt to these parties' concerns or present an alternative methodology really until we got to the RRR phase of this proceeding, which I have concerns about our ability and interveners' lack of ability to vet any information coming in really in the RRR phase here. The joint stipulation recognized these concerns that the commission has expressed with regard to the recent trends in temperature and expected continuation of trends in temperature, and recommended the data set from 2000 to present with a 1 in 25-year probability. Given the evidence before us, it certainly seems to me this is a more reasonable path than we have been provided by Public Service Company of Colorado. Certainly, I recognize the company as the system operator and carries responsibility for reliable operation of the system. However, such a role is not without prudency bounds or input from this commission. For example, on the electric side of the business, it is typical for the commission to provide directives on planning criteria like forecasting assumptions, planning reserve margins, assumptions about the performance of different resources, etc. It is crucial to apply critical judgment to ensure that the sizing of these systems is appropriate and as precise as possible, especially given the particularly acute overbuilding risk associated with the gas system, given the policy environment in which we're operating. At the end of the day, if the company believes they have a more accurate methodology and believes such a methodology would be able to make a prudency showing in future proceedings, they are certainly free to do so. They're also free to provide different scenario analysis to show needs and system sizing under different conditions. But here, the commission is laying out the most straightforward path on what appears to be prudent planning parameters, given the record before us, especially with repeatedly expressed concerns about the temperature issue. So I would decline the company's RRR with regard to the design date temperature.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I have a question for you though. And one of the issues that they brought up, and I'm no statistician clearly, but you know, one of the issues I think that they raise is that having a 25-year time frame in which you're determining a 1 in 25, you know, sort of probability is statistically problematic, which is why they proposed the 50-year rolling time frame. And I'm wondering if we might be able to, you know, taking a page from CEO, if we were to go with the 50 years in order to give it more data, but every 10 years, just basically do a 20% discount on the value of those numbers. So for example, you'd give 100% value to the last 10 years, and then it would drop to 80%, would drop to 40% every 10 years. So that you're looking at data that goes back 50 years, but from 40 to 50 years, you're only valuing that data at a 20% value, weighted value within the calculation. And it seems to me that that might give the greater level of data that the company was arguing they need, but also weight the more recent data so that you can incorporate the climate impacts that have happened in the last 50 years. I wonder if that's an approach that you think might address the issues that were raised.
I got a question from Commissioner Plant, but I'll let you go first, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I think it could. I mean, I have some concerns with a brand new approach that hasn't been presented before until
No, what's my question? Is there a record basis?
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons this is so frustrating. There have been concerns now in multiple proceedings throughout this entire proceeding, and I don't really think we've seen the company truly engage on this issue until RRR, trying to reverse what the commission had decided. I do feel that what the commission decided was the best supported in this record, especially to address these issues that have been brought up time and time again. I do think there certainly is space in the next skip and moving forward, as I had stated, for the company to provide a scenario analysis. Well, here it is with these different temperatures calculated using a different methodology that we are more supportive of. Fairly certain they will decide to do that if they think that that's appropriate, and will kind of show the commission the bounds of, you know, what different scenario analysis would show to be appropriate. I have some concerns with mandating an approach that just showed up and the parties don't really have any input on. Although I generally agree in concept that something like what you're talking about could help with this issue, especially that CEO brings up and they point to really expert resources supporting the idea of ensuring there is more focus on the more recent information in the data set given the warming trend.
Commissioner Plant, what do you think about putting that idea, not adopting that idea and requiring it, but just putting forward that idea and asking the company to look at it in future places? But I do share Commissioner Gomez's concern about doing something on RRR that hasn't been vetted.
I understand, and that's why I started out by saying I'm inclined to just support you, because I think it's, you know, it's the best of a pretty thin data set. But I do think that some sort of an approach like that might be something where we could find some sort of common ground on an approach that's statistically accurate, but also acknowledges the climate impacts that have happened over the last 20 years. But I would I support your I guess it's a motion. Whatever it was to reject.
Yeah, I guess I do too, but I have some language I'd like to include in the order and some comments. And this is more general than just this issue, but for me, the company's RRR didn't address one core concern expressed by the commission in its initial order. That is, under existing cost of service regulation in Colorado, the company's earning growth is directly dependent on growing capital spending and rate base. As a result, a primary concern of mine and the commission's, as expressed in the order, is that the company's proposed overall capital spending is too high for the likely sales and revenue base in Colorado, and that the company has been unable or unwilling to help us move away from what appear to be overly conservative planning approaches to help manage capital spending down to more reasonable levels. At the same time, however, after reading the company's RRR, I'm increasingly concerned about substituting our judgment for that of the utility system operator on design day methodology, long-term forecasting, and other central reliability and safety issues. In sum, I'd like our order to highlight the concern that the current approach isn't working as intended because it isn't delivering the results we need on capital spending levels and rates, but that our proposed solutions may not be ideal either. For me, my strong preference would be to align the company's financial incentives so that
Defreeze up for everybody else. Yeah.
Concerns outlined in our initial order and where various other process appears to be landing, linking capital spending with earnings. I understand where the joint stipulation parties and you're both coming from. So I agree that the GIP process may be the only opportunity to try and adjust the planning assumptions and set appropriate capital spending levels, but it's not ideal. So I guess Commissioner Gilman, I'm agreeing with you, but do you mind including some more or language like that? Just recognizing some of the company's concerns.
Yeah, certainly. And like I stated, I recognize the company has responsibility over reliability and operational control here. but certainly the commission has a role to play in the expected planning standards. And just as we do on the electric system. And I think one of the things that's so difficult here is it's a fairly opaque planning environment where it's kind of like, here's our set of temperatures, take it or leave it. There was no real engagement on otherwise. And we've asked in the past, well, what's kind of the planning margin we're using on the system to, to ensure there's some safety margin there. And they don't discuss one. I think essentially what's going on is each one of these assumptions or methodologies is incredibly conservative, and you just end up with some extra, but it's not in a transparent way that can be tracked and really evaluated. And so I think where we're going, and where a lot of the interveners have interest, is in making this a far more precise and transparent planning exercise. So we use more realistic data that is more recent, that is more likely to be appropriate. And then look, if the company says, but there has to be some rational safety margin, which they may already have in their planning and piping, that's a debate to be had. But, I don't think we're getting there with this very kind of opaque that it's kind of built into everything. That gets really difficult to evaluate the data and figure out where and to what degree things are being sized so conservatively. So I think this gets us to a much more kind of precise level here and allows the company, certainly in the next filing, if they wish to evaluate different temperature circumstances based on their expert judgment, that is absolutely something they can present. But it's important to have this range so that we have much more transparency into kind of the situational analysis of under what conditions and kind of with what, safety margins or excess we're planning the system. Because right now and up till now, that has been very opaque, and it sets up a very difficult argument, a very difficult kind of situation for us to meaningfully engage with the company on this capital investment and sizing whole discussion. So in short, like, it all has to become more accurate and more transparent, and we can certainly have those reliability arguments. But, if we can't even request or order that there is some change made to at least evaluate a different situational analysis, it sets up this very circular argument where, like, nothing can even be evaluated unless the company gives it a reliability stamp of approval beforehand. It just sets it up such that no intervener or the commission could ever bring about a suggestion on how to do this more precise. And that can't really be the basis of the planning. There has to be some meaningful kind of scenario analysis so we can understand the impacts.
I don't disagree. I just, I was a lot more comfortable with our role on the electric side than I am on the gas side, in part because of, I guess, the transparency issues you've talked about. All right, I'm comfortable leaving that discussion to the TBC process. Issue 2, Ms. Davis.
Okay. We'll turn now to the company's linear regression approach. And public service requests that the commission modify its directive requiring the company update the method of estimating peak hour usage for existing customers and change the linear regression approach. The company asserts that the directive is not actionable by the company, is not grounded in record support, and further increases overall system public safety and customer outage risk. Public service argues that the commission does not provide a reliable, feasible alternative. The company insists that its linear regression methodology is widely used across the utility industry to model the relationship between temperature and demand, and are a standard accepted method for estimating peak demand, particularly given the monthly gas consumption data available. The company posits that there's no other reputable or validated methodology to translate monthly gas consumption to estimated design day peak hour gas demand, and that no intervener in the case identifies a reliable alternative. The company reiterates that it performs model verifications to confirm model and loading approximate reality, which can include tuning parameters to improve accuracy and confidence in the simulated design day peak hour gas demand. Furthermore, the company argues that the decision directs the company to update its methodology without pointing to or providing an explanation of what an alternative methodology should entail. Findings regarding the impacts to the company's gas system and GIP plan projects, and why a modification to the company's existing methodology is prudent or necessary. The company advances that a modification to its methodology will likely significantly increase the risk of over or underbuilding the gas system and of service interruptions or service quality reductions, and that there's no alternative methodology that is proven to have higher accuracy than the linear regression approach utilizing the customer management module. As such, the company requests that the Commission withdraw this requirement to modify the peak hour gas demand linear regression customer management module methodology. So the question is whether the Commission should withdraw its directive requiring the company to update the method of estimating peak hour usage for existing customers and change its linear regression approach.
Commissioner Goldman.
Thanks. Similar to the temperature issue, kind of the modeling of loads extrapolated for the design day condition or the linear regression modeling has been the subject of at least a couple proceedings now, or it has been heard within a few proceedings now, with serious concerns expressed by interveners and the Commission as to its accuracy and concerns that it may also be systematically overestimating the design day load by making several unsupported assumptions. And for me, despite the company's RRR filing, this continues to be the case here. Really core to this assumption of the companies is that all gas loads the company has determined to be heat related or temperature related will continue to demand linearly more gas, even down to temperatures dozens of degrees below local mechanical design standards, which the company does not even really attempt to justify analytically or with any support, only to say that anything less than that is potentially dangerous to the system. So Mr. Brandt provides information in his testimony on well-established and widely used standards for heating mechanical systems, which do not comport with the company's assumptions, nor does the company appropriately rebut them, except to essentially say that they anticipate, from my understanding, every piece of equipment in every home in every town, despite mechanical planning best practices being to the contrary, to be so dramatically oversized that they'll continue to consume more gas instantaneously down to whatever temperature the company has picked as the design day temperature. And that just simply doesn't make much sense in combination with the evidence Mr. Brandt has decided on well-established mechanical designing practices. He provides an example that in Denver County, the manual J temperature, the predominant methodology used by mechanical system engineers, contractors, and building departments is -2 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 22 degrees warmer than the company's, or 23 degrees warmer than the company's design temperature. Assuming a target indoor air temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit, this would change your targeting change in temperature from 70 degrees to 92 degrees, which is a pretty dramatic oversizing to assume that every single home has done at their own expense and will. So Ms. Burley and Ms. Elam also bring about in their testimony specific examples from their jurisdictions of concerns for loads that are not being modeled appropriately, especially at extreme temperature situations. And they bring up the lack of data and evidence the company has to understand its end uses, which was also an issue of significant concern in the MEP proceeding, which was 25A-0044EG, where the company was told it was crucial for them to gain a better understanding of end uses and their usage patterns, and to consider a discrete deployment of interval meters to better refine some of the very difficult to support assumptions on usage behavior at extreme cold conditions. So in short, I think we still have an issue with the linear regression analysis, which has been provided through the testimony of several of the interveners here. Getting to discretely how we'd like to see this improved for the next GIP, I think there are several key aspects of looking at this. first, it'll be important for the company to incorporate significantly more information and understanding of the end uses on their system and their behavior, especially at extreme cold temperatures. This could certainly be aided by, as was already suggested in the Mountain Energy Project, a discrete deployment of interval meters so we can actually understand and study and have the data to look at those. But really, we're going to need the company to far better support and provide analytics as to their linear analysis here in the next skip, because what has been provided here really is not the most compelling evidence, especially in the face of other design standards and information provided by the interveners, which seems to have a far better analytical basis than what the company has provided. So happy to spell out some of those improvements. I can go on if you wish, but I do think we still expect changes, improvements to the linear regression analysis going forward, especially given all of the intervener concerns about it really being a poorly justified representation of what usage would likely look at it like at extreme cold temperatures.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I was a little confused by the company's response on this, just because they have all the data. But they're saying that no examination of the data has been done, but they have it all. I guess where I landed is that we know that the linear regression is wrong because it doesn't include that gap of capacity constraint on the demand side. The interveners have proposed sort of generic, constraints based on, certain conditions, which is admittedly not perfect, but it's kind of all we have without the company actually doing the analysis. And so I just don't understand why they can't look historically at a linear regression analysis, look historically at, where that demand has capped out on the coldest days, and then basically take that delta and apply it. It seems like that's a little bit, I mean, that's the only way that we find out what that capacity constraint on the demand side actually is, and actually comes out to, as opposed to just taking a generic number. But it's what confuses me is that the company has all that. They've done the linear regression analysis in the past. They have the historical data. Why can't they just overlay the two of those things in order to come up with a more accurate representation of how those capacity constraints on the demand side are actually implemented? I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like by really only having monthly, meter reads at individual premises, it seems as though they don't have that or don't have access to that on a premise level at this point, right? Because all they have is the monthly consumption, which then they actually kind of just disaggregate back and try to estimate what the design day would be based on usage rather than any sort of peak demand that's observed, because the meters aren't really capable. So I think that's the correlation to really the suggestion of we don't want to spend millions and millions of dollars, right, looking at really trying to mine capital spending, but somehow we need to get better interval data to understand actual behavior and peaking trends. But also, I think your concern here probably ties back in part to a request we made during the hearing to get data from discrete metering points on the system, which is not a premise by premise look. It's more general than that. These are only in certain, I can't even exactly tell you the scale because I don't think that's been explained to us on where these sit on the system. And at those discrete points, model them compared to what the extrapolation showed or what the expectation would have been, especially at these extreme temperatures. So, we got one of them in this case after requesting it. That showed about a 7.8% oversizing at that extreme temperature. I think that's another tool that we should expect to be included here to actually get that moving forward on more than one on each of these metering points to really understand how we're comparing in actuals to the projected. But also, in part, this is fairly difficult because the design temperatures are so extreme. Many of these have not gotten anywhere near them in 50 years. And so there's not a lot of like direct comparison you can pull. But I totally agree that I think a part of this would be looking at those discrete metering points on the system to get more than just the one we were given at hearing, but to get for any extreme cold events we can pull up in the last several years and then on a going forward basis to really understand in a broader picture how the actuals are comparing to the projected. That's probably one of the best tools we have at this point to understand how in aggregate this looks like it's functioning.
So your motion was to reject. Is that right?
Yes.
That's correct. And then provided some additional detail as to what features would be expected to improve it. And I would add that last one with getting additional reporting on these metering points so that we can, in a more broad way, understand how the actuals are comparing to the projected values across a wider array of the system than the one example we saw.
Yeah, I support that.
Yeah, I support it too, but with the same concerns and challenges I previously said about not having this be the ideal way where we're substituting our judgment for the companies, but understand why we're doing it. Keep going. Issue 3, Ms. Davis.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Now I'll turn the discussion over to my colleague, Mr. Middleton, to pick up the topic of forecasting.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory team. Public Service seeks clarification or reconsideration on 3 forecasting related points. The first issue is on forecast alignment. In paragraph 82 of the initial decision, the Commission reminded Public Service that by rule, the reference low and high forecasts used in a GIP must align with the company's Clean Heat Plan, or CHP. Public Service notes that in paragraph 83, the Commission found that it is appropriate to include the delays in BE adoption experienced to date and push back the upward trajectory projected in the CHP proceeding, as the Commission required in other recent proceedings. The company argues that an interpretation of no variation between the CHP and GIP forecasts, as applied in paragraph 82, would severely limit the range of forecasts presented to the Commission and therefore miss the opportunity to evaluate GIP plan projects under multiple possible future outcomes. Public Service therefore asks that the Commission clarify that the decision intends to allow the base forecast in the company's next GIP to reflect CHP forecasting with adjustments needed to reflect actual outcomes since the CHP forecast was developed, with the low and high forecasts capturing a range of assumptions with varying levels of BE adoption to permit effective sensitivity analysis. The company believes that this approach would comply with GIP Rule 4553B1 and reflect the goal of ensuring analysis of multiple scenarios and conditions. So the decision point before you is, should the Commission confirm the company's clarification that the base forecast in the next GIP include adjustments to the CHP forecast to reflect actual outcomes since the time when the CHP forecast was initially developed, with the low and high forecast then capturing a range of assumptions and varying levels of BE adoption for sensitivity analysis.
I mean, it makes sense to me to be able to incorporate actual data, but curious to hear where you're coming from, Commissioner Goman. This one I'd probably grant.
Yeah, I mean, I would grant it. I don't know that it's much of a clarification. I think they have the same understanding. I would expect whatever that trajectory, the actual starting point of electrification, as well as the trajectory, to look identical as to what they remodeled in the electric proceedings, where we gave really the same exact feedback, that essentially they should apply the trajectory of the Clean Heat Plan expectations, but that it should include actuals up to the point where they are available, and then essentially delay the curve of those changes. So Yeah, I guess if it's granting, I don't think anything's changing in what we had ordered. And I would just say, also kind of given some of the concerns we've had about consistent data and calculations across proceedings, I expect this to be done the same way here in terms of implementation numbers as they're doing it on the electric side, where the same directive was given.
I support that. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same sort of thought. I mean, obviously, I think it's logical to adjust it for actuals, but I don't quite understand then what happens in their projection going forward. And I would expect that you would take a trajectory that's a percentage basis, basically, 1 year to the next. Whatever numbers they're using to establish that percentage growth in their CHP becomes sort of the trajectory, and then you just adjust the starting point based on actuals, and that reflects in both the GIP and the DSP. I don't know that that's happening, but that's kind of the way I was thinking about it. Is that how you guys were thinking about it as well?
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And sorry, I'm just like rereading all my notes too. I think they pointed out perhaps some difficulty in like pivoting a low and high forecast off of this directive. Like this is for the base forecast, right? Like the primary expectation. And there can be some reasonable, modification of the expectations of success or customer behavior on the low and high side, just to make sure that's clear. But yeah, Commissioner Plant, I'm at the same understanding.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, the next issue is on customer electrification adjustments. The Commission noted in its initial decision that it expects the range of BE adoption forecasts to be fully examined in the company's upcoming CHP proceeding to be filed July 1, 2026, which has already been received. Paragraph 85 further states, moving forward, we direct the company to improve the scenarios to account for CHP-related investment and updated market electrification. The company explains in its RRR that it has no concerns updating its approach, and data relevant to market electrification, and has been in the process of doing so. The company adds, however, it is important to note that reevaluation may result in little to no market electrification adjustment as the scope of incentives expands and the company seeks to incorporate incentive data from municipalities in its service territory. Thus, the company states that it does not seek reconsideration per se, but rather clarification that reevaluation may result in incorporating the impacts of customer electrification without company incentives into future GIP forecasts in other ways. So the decision point before you is, should the Commission at this time clarify that there may be ways other than direct adjustments to the forecast using the GIP fund to address the impacts of customer electrification, or should the Commission decline to grant the clarification at this time and instead explain that the Commission will examine market electrification impacts in proceeding number 26A0263EG, addressing public services integrated customer programs, which includes its latest CHP proceeding.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. This one too, I'm trying to make sure I'm responsive to their point in going through paragraph 85 and looking at their particular issue with it. To me, the main point of paragraph 85 is to indicate that it's inappropriate for the majority of the forecasted scenarios, and especially the base forecast, to completely ignore the clean heat plan. We can have debates about when it starts and what the actual values are leading up to it, but it does not seem as an appropriate planning parameter. And I think that's settled from our prior discussion here. But it's obviously my expectation the company will include those assumptions that we just discussed in its base forecast. That said, the company is clearly free to include market electrification to the point they think it's feasible. I think their point is that as you increase the programming, the programs will become so big and successful, it's unlikely there is market electrification that's happening outside of that at some point. To which, sure, that may be the case. I think also part of our issue was with the inclusion of market electrification, the company was using rather outdated data, right? So they were looking at like a pre-2020 level of electrification, which is really before most building codes programs started leading in that direction, and then not even continuing that trend, but rather just holding it steady to those pre-2020 levels. So it seemed as though the basis of the market electrification assumptions was quite problematic in terms of not looking at any more recent trends. But like if they have a core assumption based on how large or successful their programs are, kind of taking the place of market electrification, I think that's something that can be debated when that comes in, but was not maybe entirely clear on what change they would actually be making as a result of this RRR request.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think, incorporating, building code changes and various different things that would be under market electrification is a good thing to include in your in the forecasting. I mean, my only concern is double counting and making sure that they have some mechanism so that they're not counting their, both the market electrification and the incentive program at the same time. But as long as they can do that effectively, I support that.
Disagree. You want to keep going, Mr. Mendelson?
Oh, just to clarify, so on that last item, we're granting or denying the company's request? Or just
Granting and clarifying. I don't know,
Yeah, I
Commissioner
mean, I
Dow.
think they have a little trouble understanding the exact request. It seems to me like they're looking for an understanding that if they include the CHP and things, market electrification may necessarily shrink as a component. Are you of the same understanding? Like I wasn't clear there was a real specific ask there.
Yeah, I was a little unclear about it as well.
Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah, my interpretation was that Public Service is asking the commission to recognize electrification through municipal incentives or building code changes as progress on its own programs. And if that's the case, I would recommend denying that. Because it is a little opaque here, and there was only literally a paragraph in the company's RRR. I would recommend kicking this to the ICP proceeding and being able to understand what the ask is more thoroughly.
I'm good with that, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm just struggling. I mean, I keep rereading that paragraph. I'm struggling to understand what the real ask is here. I mean, clearly there's a relationship between what you're assuming is program driven and then market electrification. I think that's the distinction they're trying to drive. And the more kind of aggressive and large your programmatic BE is, likely the less room there is for market electrification. I don't think that's like a concept I generally disagree with. Would there be no market electrification at all? I don't know that, nor do I think we're litigating that here. So yeah, I guess I would agree with your recommendation, Mr. Mendelson, in that if there is some specific ask here, I'm not clear what it is or what impact it would have on the forecasting in order to endorse it.
Yeah, I would say, similarly, the more aggressive your market impact is, the less impactful the incentive program is. So I mean, if it's required by code, then it's required by code, So yeah, I'm not sure either, but I'm fine sort of kicking it to the ICP.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, it does. Okay, so the final forecasting related decision is on the expansion of the data sharing pilot. Paragraph 89 of the decision directs the company to expand its data sharing pilot as proposed in the joint stipulation to Denver and at least 5 other local governments. The commission referenced earlier orders where it described the benefits of improved coordination between the company and the municipalities it serves, and direct the public service to expand its open data sharing pilot as proposed in the joint stipulation. In its triple R, Public Service requests that the Commission reconsider its directive on this point. It explains the company will continue working with the City and County of Denver in the data sharing pilot and has already expanded to other communities in a feasible way. Thus, the company requests that this requirement limit more targeted expansion of the pilot to the 5 gas planning pilot communities to the extent they are interested in participating, starting with a narrower number of engaged counterparties allows the company to develop, test, and refine methodologies before expanding to other jurisdictions, Public Service argues. So the decision point before you is should the Commission limit the directives in the decision regarding the expansion of the data sharing pilot to the 5 gas planning pilot communities, which include Denver, Winter Park, Breckenridge, Boulder, and Golden, to the extent those communities are interested in participating.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I guess I hate to continue to be confused here, but the decision here requires expansion of the data sharing pilot to at least 5 additional communities. I could do my math again with the gas planning. There's 5 gas planning communities. I'm not sure if Denver overlaps, and maybe that's an issue. Is Denver a gas planning community?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, maybe we're off by 1, right? To me, the decision says you have to expand this to Denver plus 5 more, and they're saying let us use the 5 gas planning communities. I don't see why that wouldn't be in compliance with the decision. I'm not sure there is a decision to be made here. Perhaps the differentiation is we said 5 more, so there would be 1 more that they have to do that is not a gas planning community. I guess to that degree, I'm okay with it. Just go with the gas planning communities, which is a total of 5, not a total of 6. But I just find the discussion on it is a bit confusing, because to me, like, if we said do 5 more and they're saying there are 5 gas planning communities and we'll use them, that's very much in alignment. So I guess I would grant it to the extent that you will do 5 total. I don't even know that we need to be so specific that they are the gas planning communities. I think that that's the company's discretion on where they think they can really deploy this. So I wouldn't get that specific. So I'd maybe grant it in part and say, sure, you can do 5 total, not 5 plus 1. I don't know if you all understood it differently though, but I find it to be a very minor difference from what we ordered already, which was more generically to expand it to 5.
Fine by me, Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Are we back to Ms. Davis?
Yes, we are. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next topic we'll turn to is the cost benefit analysis methodology. Public Service developed, or CBA, Public Service developed a CBA handbook and associated methodology, and the company states that the framework's a universal, quantitative approach that is applied consistently across the company's planning process and has been vetted in multiple other proceedings before the Commission. The company further offers that it is open to several additional considerations for the next 2027 GIP, including conducting a project-specific marginal cost analysis for generation, transmission, and distribution capacity, and updating the marginal cost values over time, presenting a proposed method for quantifying air pollution benefits of NPAs, and continuing to evaluate a method of reasonably quantifying the end-of-life replacement benefit. In its triple R, Public Service does not oppose the requirement to update the CBA handbook and certain components of the CBA methodology, but the company does ask the Commission to reconsider 3 aspects of its decision regarding the company's CBA methodology. First, in paragraph 105 of the decision, the Commission reiterates the importance of using a CBA approach that accounts for impacts on different groups, such as electric-only customers, gas-only customers, and dual-fuel customers, so that the nuance of the rate benefit impacts can be better understood. Specifically, the decision states, since there is potential for impacts to gas-only, electric-only, and combined gas-electric customers, any CBA should be split to allow the impacts on each set of ratepayers to be identified independent of the others. The decision directs the company to either make such an analysis clear or add instructions in its executable documents to allow a user to view the impacts of each discrete group of customers. Public Service seeks reconsideration of the directive that the company provide a specific CBA analysis showing the impacts on different groups, such as electric-only customers, gas-only customers, and dual-fuel customers. The company asserts that while it does not object to conducting this analysis, doing so first requires a final commission decision on the issue of NPA cost recovery for planned projects, and particularly cost allocation. Public Service argues that it will not be able to meaningfully assess impacts on the different customers until the Commission determines whether costs for future NPAs will be recovered from both electric and gas customers affected by the NPA. So before you vote on this RRR request, you should note that elsewhere in its RRR, Public Service contests the finding in the GIP decision where the Commission states it's not reasonable to approve a cost recovery approach for NPAs prior to a more robust presentation from the company regarding its genuine pursuit of NPAs, particularly those projects above the 3 million threshold for presentation as planned projects in a GIP filing. Also, it's important to note that the Commission also allowed Public Service to recover the cost of small NPA projects between GIP filing using the 60-day process described in Public Service's direct testimony. The decision made clear that only gas DSMCA could be used for recovery of the cost, explaining that only gas customers would otherwise pay for a traditional gas infrastructure project. So in its RRR, Public Service asked the Commission to reconsider its decision allowing cost recovery for NPAs approved after the Commission's decision in this case through only the Gas Demand Side Management Cost Adjustment, or DSMCA. The company argues that cost recovery from both electric and gas customers maintains this treatment is consistent with the NPAs for Pearl Street and Aurora F3 and with the conditions approved in the settlement agreement for the Mountain Energy project. The company emphasizes that shared cost recovery between gas and electric customers is consistent with beneficial electrification rebate cost recovery under the current Clean Heat Plan, as well as under the DSMCA riders and strategic issues. The company further represents that the cost sharing between the company's electric and gas customers supports NPAs by avoiding an unreasonable cost escalation for remaining gas customers as more customers move to an all-electric option. Public Service maintains allowing fully electrified customers to avoid contributing to the costs of the NPA despite benefiting from it is not in alignment with cost causation principles. Finally, the company strongly underscores that it takes NPA analysis very seriously and is expending significant resources and thought in designing and developing NPAs, and it's fundamentally incorrect to suggest otherwise. So given that other requests raised in the RRR, the question is whether to allow Public Service to seek cost recovery for NPAs from both electric and gas customers through the corresponding DSMCAs.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking through my notes. Ms. Davis, was this decision point instead with regard to for the CBA if they should be providing those different views of electric only, gas only, and combined customers? Or did you intend to skip to the other point?
The idea is we'll seek to get your views and decision on the question posed on the DSMCAs first before turning to the CBA methodology. So we switched it up a little.
Sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Okay, I've got it. I had my notes all in order. So yeah, no worries. For me, the company does not provide compelling information here on RRR for a change in our position. Simply citing examples of treatment in other proceedings ignores that many of those instances were either a result of a settlement or other considerations, and that the Commission has previously expressed concerns about the durability and reasoning for the approach of offsetting what would be a direct gas system cost at the expense of electric customers. In some cases, the Commission expressly stated that the allocation determination should be revisited. For example, in the Mountain Energy CPCN, the company's largest NPA, the Commission's decision stated, while it's relatively easy to see why this appears to be the path of least resistance for execution of the company's first large NPA, the durability of this approach after this initial period should essentially be revisited. In contrast to CHP investments, which help effectuate public policy goals, the direct and obvious goal of an NPA is to avoid investment on the gas system specifically. Additionally, the premise of MPAs providing benefits to the company's electric customers will likely require a sincere and strategic focus on minimizing peak demand impacts as identified in several recent commission decisions. The company's situation here, just pointing to other proceedings, to me is not a reliable basis upon which for us to overturn our previous determination, which I do believe was made on the best information in this record. And so I would deny this triple R.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I. Ms. Davis.
Okay, then we'll return to the CBA directives, and your decision point is whether to grant public services requests related to MPA cost recovery, as summarized in paragraphs 196 through 198 of the decision, to enable public service to discern CBA impacts on different groups. So I'll pause here for your discussion and vote on that.
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, Ms. Davis, on this point in their triple R, it seemed to me the company was just pointing out that they need the outcome of those other issues in order to calculate this, and not that there necessarily is any resistance or problem in calculating it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know that there is like a granting or a denial here. It seems like they're like, we can do it. We just have to know the answers to those other things first, which I think they will have. And just point out, this was a concept brought up in the GIP-M docket. It seemed really helpful to understand, it's cost effective to who. There are different sets of customers who might bear different cost responsibilities. So I certainly see this as like a best practice as we move forward and continue to refine our CBA and evaluation of cost effectiveness through these different lenses. But I don't know if I'm granting. There is no change here. Yeah, that they will have the answers now and can complete that.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the vote is but I agree with Commissioner Gilman. Whether that's accept or reject, I'm not sure.
I agree with that characterization of the issue as well. Ms. Davis.
Okay, just to be clear, the requirement is still in the CBA to break out the various costs by different groups. You're
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear any resistance or problem with doing so, just that they wanted to be clear on the inputs.
Okay, so that triple R would be denied. Okay, so or just further clarify.
Yeah, it's not denied, just clarified that we agree with that with their characterization.
Okay. We'll turn now to electric system costs. In its skip decision, the commission directs the company to remove the electric system costs from the CBA. And the decision reasons that all the electrification expenses in the CBA are not incremental, and that forecasting discrepancies, such as assuming low levels of BE adoption for planning for the gas system compared to high levels of BE adoption for the electric system costs, likewise result in unrealistic assumptions for the CBA. The decision also identifies with the company's assumptions related to heat pump efficiency, loads, conversion rates. I'm sorry? And equipment flexibility. The company seeks reconsideration of the removal of electric system costs from the CBA and claims that the commission's agreement with the intervener's concerns regarding the company's assumptions about electric system costs and the commission's concerns about whether these costs are incremental are not supported by any evidence in the record. So Public Service emphasizes that its assessment of electric system costs uses marginal capacity costs for generation, transmission, and distribution, and allows the company to holistically consider the incremental electric impact on a system-wide basis, and is more representative of actual drivers in the CBA framework. The company further argues that its CBA methodology has been proven to identify cost-effective opportunities, such as the Mountain Energy Project. Alternatively, the company offers to conduct project-specific marginal capacity cost analysis for generation, transmission, and distribution in its next skip. The company suggests all capacity additions approved in other cases, such as the Electric Resource Plan and Distribution System Plan, will be installed and operational according to the schedules in those filings. The company contends that the proposed framework addresses interveners' intent to add project-specific precision to the CBA while maintaining its technical efficacy, and that marginal electric system capacity costs would only be included for those MPA projects that require additional capacity in excess of the capacity already approved in other filings. So, Should the commission reconsider the removal of electric system costs from the CBA? Or should the commission adopt Public Service's alternative approach where the commission would conduct in its next skip project-specific marginal capacity cost analysis for generation, transmission, and distribution, but exclude the cost of capacity additions approved in other cases, such as the ERP and DSP, according to the schedules in those filings?
Commissioner Gilman.
To me, I would deny that request, although I think we have a start on what might work, looking at options in the next skip. The company still has the underlying issue that extensive electric system upgrades already approved in the DSP, JTS, and transmission filings assume rapidly increasing levels of electrification on the system, and levels of electrification, which elsewhere the company points to have not yet realized the intended levels. And given the massive build out of the system, specifically to support electrification, it's not at all obvious that the electrification presented in the MPAs in this proceeding necessarily cause incremental costs as they've been shown beyond what has already been approved. I certainly appreciate the company's willingness to move to a project-specific analysis paired with consideration of expenditures already planned in their next GIP filing. And I think that could certainly be a component of approving this look as we move forward. However, I don't think that's anything that's actionable today. So to me, the improvements we've already ordered for the CBAs in this proceeding remain. There are also outstanding concerns where interveners have provided significant evidence that the company may be overestimating the electric system demand components based on their mechanical efficiency assumptions and total per home peak, which remain disputed issues. The company did not meaningfully support their assumptions here, making this another concern that really needs to be refined in the next GIP if and when the company would like to see electric system costs properly included. The decision here simply states, we conclude that it is appropriate for the company to remove the electric system costs from the CBA until such time as the commission otherwise directs or determines that the company has accurately reconciled the assumptions and forecasting issues discussed. So the company has laid out a path to look at this on a more project-specific basis in the next GIP, which I think will be helpful. We still need them to address these underlying assumptions about peak demand and equipment behavior and efficiency issues, which are still at issue. So I think all of that is right for the next GIP for improvements we expect to see. For here, though, in the interim, we had ordered improvements to the CBA, especially to rerun those MPAs in this proceeding, and those should be done without the electric system costs, especially consider that given the language in our decision, the door is open to improve upon those, but those have not been done yet. So unless or until that's done, the costs are excluded. So in that regard, I think, deny their RRR request, but hoping we have a closer path forward here in the next GIP.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I. Ms. Davis.
Okay. The next decision is related to continuing on with the CBA handbook, and the GIP decision directs Public Service to update the CBA handbook consistent with the decision directives and then refile the CBA workbooks within 60 days. Public Service states that additional time is needed given the extent of changes to the CBA and in order to permit resolution of this application for RRR, including the two aforementioned issues. So accordingly, the company requests that the commission allow the company to make the required filings within 90 days of a final commission decision in this case. So the question is whether to set the deadline for the filing of the updated CBA handbook to 90 days after a final commission decision in this case.
I'm fine with the extra time, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that the company is not challenging most of the updates they were supposed to make to the CBA handbook. So this is a very small portion of them and pretty discrete changes that should be easy to make. I think also importantly, there's some chance that changes the company makes will lead to potentially different determinations about the cost effectiveness of projects they presented in this proceeding. That would be better, certainly for the company to understand and know sooner than later. So sure, it can be 90 days. I don't actually understand why this will take more time than 60 days.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Ms.
Okay.
Davis.
All right, let's turn now to future upstream costs. In paragraph 112 of the decision states conservation advocates introduced some analytical approaches to ensure upstream gas system costs for both the distribution and transmission portions of the system are included as an avoided cost benefit of an NPA. The commission directs the company to incorporate the unrealized future upstream gas infrastructure costs associated with the traditional infrastructure approach as a benefit for the NPA in line with the advocacy of conservation advocates and the prior directives of Decision R25-0083. Decision R25-0083 requires that the company must include the costs or benefits for an alternative of unrealized upstream costs associated with the addition of more capacity needs on the gas system for all sections of the system for the traditional infrastructure scenario. This should include a proxy value for the general cost to add new gas transmission capacity and capacity at every stage upstream of the gas distribution system, similar to the approach for electric infrastructure. Such a value may best be presented at $1 per decatherm cost so it can readily apply to MPAs and loads of differing capacities. In its RRR, conservation advocates asked the Commission to clarify paragraph 112 of the GIP decision to direct the company to incorporate unrealized future upstream gas infrastructure costs into its CBA handbook, specifically as set forth at page 19 of Conservation Advocate's Statement of Position and in line with the prior directives of Decision R25-0083, especially paragraph 101. Do you agree to grant this request?
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I would grant conservation advocates clarification to use the value set forth on page 19 of their SOP as a reasonable way, as they say, to at least until the CBA handbook includes a direct method of quantifying the avoided gas transmission capacity costs, which the company has not attempted to do thus far. I think it's been clear that the commission expected a representation of upstream costs to be included, but the company has not put one forth, and therefore the approach put forth by conservation advocates is the most reasonable in this record.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
as do I. Maybe we could take a break till 12:05. I gotta go cancel lunch plans. So can we take a break till 12:05 and come back at 12:05? Thanks. All right. You're out there. Let's keep going.
Okay. Turning to outdoor air pollution.
Apologies made. Lunch plans canceled.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Next, in paragraph 114 of the GIP decision, the commissioner directs public service to quantify the impact of indoor air pollution and its beneficial effect on the alternative to traditional gas infrastructure and the CBA calculations with scientifically supported values. The commission states that the company was directed to try to do so in decision number R25-0083, but the company did not provide values in this proceeding, and consistent with continued advocacy within this proceeding, the commission orders the inclusion of indoor air pollution in CBA calculations moving forward. Conservation advocates ask that the commission modify the decision to also include calculation of outdoor air pollution, noting that the joint stipulation recommends quantifying health benefits of avoided outdoor air pollution using available tools such as EPA's co-benefits risk assessment, health impact screening and mapping tool. Conservation advocates explains that their SOP recommends the use of an adder for air quality benefits of no less than $5 per ton of avoided greenhouse gas emissions. So the question posed here is whether to require CBA calculations to include both indoor and outdoor air pollution costs moving forward using the methods described at page 7 of the joint stipulation and page 19 of Conservation Advocates' Statement of Position, or SOP.
Commissioner Goen.
I wouldn't support this for the time being. I think this could significantly complicate the calculation, especially as we look across the gas system, the electric system, look at the kind of interaction. And this is not really an issue that's been incredibly thoroughly vetted, especially looking at the overlap with social cost of emissions and other factors that are already included. So I'm not saying in the future it's not potentially appropriate, but I just don't think we have the record to go there here. I see that as distinct from indoor air quality issues, which are particularly an issue, especially with the indoor combustion associated with gas equipment. So that feels like a more acute issue to be addressed here and has been brought up on multiple occasions. Yeah, so I would deny this for now. I would also say with regard to the indoor air pollution issue, I would certainly invite interveners in the next GIP to bring forth appropriate indoor air pollution calculations and quantification, because I think the commission's been quite clear that we have an expectation those be included and have some robust background as to what be included in that regard. Certainly Conservation Advocates is free to bring up the outdoor air pollution again in the next skip. I just think we're very much trying to get our feet under us on the CBA here, with several changes already in progress, and I don't see that as a change that would be beneficial in the short term as we really try to get our arms around this and get it where it needs to be.
I agree with that. Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Ms. Davis.
Okay, let's turn to a different subject now, and that is outreach and engagement. Consistent with the joint stipulation, the decision directs public service in the following instances to notify and engage early with local governments via area business managers and appropriate planning or regulatory staff in addition to elected officials. 1, if and when an annexation process occurs. 2, if a local government will be impacted by planned projects. And 3, if a local government is the location of new business requests with appropriate confidentiality protections. Public service seeks reconsideration of its outreach and engagement directive only with respect to parts 2 and 3. The company does not seek reconsideration of the requirement under part 1. Specifically, public service asks the commission to reconsider its outreach and engagement directive that the company notify and engage early with local governments via area business managers and appropriate planning or regulatory staff in addition to elected officials. And 2, if a local government will be impacted by planned projects. And 3, if a local government location of new business requests. Public service therefore requests the commission decline to adopt these outreach and engagement requirements. The company asserts that the Commission's directive appears to require significant engagement for any impact, no matter how minor. Public Service also argues that there could be over 75,000 new business requests every year, rendering the requirement infeasible to implement. The company also maintains that its approach to outreach and engagement is strategic, and as such, the Public Service communicates early, scales outreach when warranted, and works closely with local governments, nonprofit partners, and community organizations. Alternatively, should the Commission decide to maintain these requirements, the company requests that the Commission limit the scope of new business requests to actual new business planned projects, and that the Commission stipulate that the threshold for coordination be specific to planned projects where either A, the local government has requested further coordination, or B, the local government may experience significant impacts from the development work included in the planned project. Public Service clarifies that neither of these requirements would limit the company's interest in undertaking other additional coordination as needs may arise. So should the Commission either eliminate the disputed directives regarding outreach to local governments as requested by Public Service, or in the alternative, should the Commission limit the engagement with local government to the type of projects identified in the company's RRR with associated conditions?
Commissioner Goen.
Yeah, I'd probably be inclined to look at granting Public Services alternate, sorry, been a long day. Especially with regard to C, the new business request, to narrow that to new business requests that also meet the planned project threshold. So these would be larger, quite large new business requests, which would avoid, this coordination in situations which may not make sense, like a new home or something like that. So that seems more logical. A bit concerned about the company's narrowing of significant impacts, or the terminology you said. Clearly, as they point out, like, impacts are subjective, significant impact also subjective, but then puts it more on the company to determine. So, perhaps, perhaps we can give them the benefit of the doubt and hope that works out, and then narrow this engagement as we go forward if this isn't working out. But clearly our expectation would be, if there's a foreseeable, noticeable impact, I guess so I would put it, to the community, that engagement begin. And there's not, I would say, specific requirements as to the frequency or, duration or depth of this outreach. So I would certainly caution the company to err on the side of notification where possible, so that we don't end up getting complaints about them not engaging when there's not an incredibly high bar for how much they engage. It would be great to see them erring on the side of notification for anything that could have a noticeable impact that meets the planned project requirement. So I think that's a grant in part, if I have to.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just throw this back to you. I was kind of thinking about this, and their concerns, which I think are valid, in combination with the conservation advocates' proposal around electrification first customer platform. And perhaps what they could do is expand that from a customer platform to include local governments and notification to local governments, so that there is an engagement, but it's not, to the extent that we identified, for all those various different projects. But there is a website that has the information that's structured in such a way that the local government can get that information easily from that website through that electrification first platform, as opposed to individual. I think what the company was sort of complaining about was the need for individual outreach in each of these individual circumstances. But having that platform would, enable that more general outreach in those other circumstances, so that they would have that information available to them.
Just for clarification purposes, are you saying, so the electrification first website would provide relatively generic, insights and information into like electrification options and things like that? Or are you saying it would be like some venue for public service to communicate more specifics about the project and expectations to the local community? Because I don't think it's the latter. I just wanted to clarify with you.
Yeah, no, and again, there would still need to be outreach on the other, direct outreach in the other circumstances. But for all of these other projects that, may be permitted but not planned or whatever the terminology is, um, they would have, some outreach to the local government, directing them to the website that, has the information about, the rebates that are available, all the, you know, the calculators, design guidance, the various different things that are in that on that website. It's structured primarily as a customer platform, but to direct the local governments to that resource, I think would take very little, administrative work on the side of the utility, but would at least give that sort of direction to those projects that maybe don't rise to the level of a direct contact from the company to the developers and or to the local governments. So that's all I was suggesting, is that maybe we include reference to the electrification first platform for those projects.
Anything to add, Commissioner Gellman?
No, I think that's fine. I think conceivably, like the electrification first, if it's a kind of a well thought out and executed initiative, should provide resources to a range of audiences, right? And one of those being like a town, county, building department, jurisdiction trying to kind of evaluate and understand potential impacts. So that, yeah, I think is very logical. I would just say it's not in place of the specific outreach for a planned project. That is like a project specific thing. This is more about being a helpful resource to that as an audience additionally, which I think should necessarily be part of the electrification first initiative if it's well executed.
I don't have anything to add. Ms. Davis, does that give you what you need?
It does. Thank you. Okay, Spear Canal interconnects is the next section of the deliberations. And I'll turn there and start with, by its application, Public Service requests a CPCN for the Spear Canal Interconnects project. The project includes 5 parts: a new gas supply interconnection facility with Tallgrass. 2 is a new gas supply interconnection facility with CIG High Plains. 3 is NF47 meter station upgrades to accommodate the increased gas supply from the 2 new interconnection facilities and to ensure gas is adequately odorized prior to entering the existing high-pressure Cherokee pipeline. 4 is a new permanent N100 regulator station at the existing 104th and Tower valve set to enable flow of the increased gas supply into constrained portions of the Northern and Denver gas systems. And 5 is the relocation of the CIG First Creek meter station with the installation of new odor station facilities. In paragraph 143 of its decision, the Commission expresses significant concerns with the project and declines to grant a CPCN for all components of the project. In paragraph 144, the Commission recommends that the company present in an updated application filing an assessment of the need for the project under an updated CHP-aligned forecast. The Commission further notes agreement with joint stipulators that the company must provide additional data to further document and justify the need for the components of the project, and that the company must submit updated cost estimates in an effort to diminish the level of uncertainty and strengthen the quality of estimated costs. In its RRR, Public Service asked the Commission to reconsider and revise paragraphs 141, 143, and 144 of the decision and grant a CPCN solely with respect to the need for the project based on record evidence in this case. Public Service contends that the project is needed consistently under the Bates forecast with design day temperatures warmer than minus 24 degrees Fahrenheit, the results of the stipulation design day methodology, with or without supply point A, beginning in the 2026 to 2027 heating season. Public Service reiterates its claim that the Spear Canal project is necessary due to 1, worsening gas supply reliability issues with supply point A, 2, actual customer growth relative to the customer count reductions in the base forecast, and 3, observed temperatures within 1 degree Fahrenheit of design day temperature and 6 degrees Fahrenheit in 2022 and 24, respectively. Public Service also insists that it already provided an assessment of the project under the CHP aligned forecast that demonstrates that projects 1, 4, and 5 were clearly shown to be needed, and asserts that it would be a significant risk to base the assumption that projects 2 and 3 are not needed under the CHP aligned forecast, given the base forecast, let alone the CHP aligned forecast given that the base forecast, let alone the CHP aligned forecast, already reflects less than actual growth, and the portion of the forecast related to new business capacity projects is small and limited to a project where the company has extensive detail from the developer. Public Service goes on to explain that per its rebuttal testimony, an MPA for Project 4 would not be feasible or cost effective because it would require electrification by all or virtually all 33,750 customers previously served by Supply Point A by the 2026 to 2027 heating season when the project's needed. The company documents the further longer-term reliance on the temporary regulator skid would not be prudent because it was never designed for such use, and doing so would require the company's contingency options for other system emergencies, would reduce their options. Public Service also maintains that the project is estimated to cost $42.7 million, but they've tightened the range to plus or minus 30%, reminds the Commission it's not requesting a presumption of prudence as to cost. Public Service affirms its understanding that it would need to vigorously support and defend costs exceeding the range provided in a future cost recovery proceeding. Public Service posits that requiring the company to file a new CPCN application is inefficient and significantly impacts the company's ability to have the project in service in time to mitigate the service reliability risks for customers in the Denver, Northern, and Eastern Mountain gas systems and to meet the other needs of the project. The company offers alternatively, the Commission grant a CPCN for Project 1, the new gas supply interconnect at Tallgrass, if the Commission remains concerned about granting a CPCN for all aspects of the Spear Canal project. Finally, the company asserts that the need for Project 1 was not disputed by any party, and the record clearly delineated that even with a CHP aligned forecast and a risky assumption that Supply Point A remains open, Project 1 is still needed. Project 1 is also needed to provide the company's thermal generation fleet with increased gas availability and reliability, which would be significantly delayed if the Commission does not grant a CPCN for Project 1. So based on that presentation, the question for you is whether to grant a CPCN for all or part of the Spear Canal Interconnects project. For example, for the new gas supply interconnection at Tallgrass, Project 1, or for all components or some combination thereof.
So maybe I'll go first on this one. I'm still generally supportive of our prior decision, but on this record would grant a CPCN solely for Project 1 of Spear Canal, which is the new gas supply interconnect at Tallgrass, as requested by the company on page 19 of its RRR filing. This segment seemed to attract less opposition than the others and seem likely to still be needed even with the CHP aligned forecast and the assumption that Supply Point A remains open. It also seems like this project may be needed to provide gas supply to the company's thermal generation, although I make it clear that the company may be at risk for cost overruns above estimate. So that's where I'm landing, but curious to hear where you're at, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that and would be inclined to grant in part with the Project 1 approval. While we've laid out some additional information that could be helpful, I think it's unlikely to show that Project 1 is not needed. And also, as the company points out, they point to at least some significant amount of the need being based upon electric generation for a generator approved in the company's ERP, which I believe is expected to come online and may already be delayed based on their timing of the gas infrastructure needed to serve it. So I agree with you there, and it just seems as though the risks in that regard don't outweigh some of kind of the unanswered questions here, and that they would be unlikely to show a different direction with regard to the need. I will say, though, I think there are some significant outstanding questions on cost allocation and when and where the need for this project, especially to install and have operational an electric generating unit proposed on the other side of the business, was disclosed, how that's expected to be covered and what that cost allocation looks like. So I do still think some of the analysis with regard to that project laid out in the joint stipulation is helpful to have, even if we go ahead and grant project one at this point in time, because I think there are significant outstanding cost responsibility and cost allocation questions that will have to be answered, and having more information on that would be very, very helpful, especially to ensure that the commission has all of the necessary information when making decisions like that, and is able to properly assess the cost of company projects. So that would be my one caveat, is just flagging that I think that is still an open issue. Clearly, the presumption of prudence is still an open issue. And looking at the cost, but I would say in addition to that, the cost allocation and responsibility is an open issue, especially given the interaction with the company's electric resource planning that's apparent, especially with project one.
I'm fine with that clarification. Commissioner Plant, any comments on the CPCN presumption of prudence for need, or Commissioner Gilman's clarification?
I agree.
Ms. Davis, issue 13.
All right, we're changing topics again and turning to system safety and integrity, or SSNI. In this decision, the commission found good cause to require public service to provide in its next skip filing an NPA or non-pipeline alternative analysis in the SSNI project areas such as Distribution Integrity Management Program, or DIMP, and Maximum Allowable Operating Pressure, or MAOP, particularly where the company has indicated there's potential to implement NPAs in these areas. Public Service seeks reconsideration of this requirement, stating that while it's not precluded from voluntarily bringing forward NPAs in the SSNI category, requiring development of NPAs for safety projects would need to be addressed through future rulemaking. The company reminds the Commission that in the company's 2023 GIP RRR process, the Commission agreed with the company's request for a reconsideration of a directive for NPA analysis on safety projects, including the company's argument that including safety projects is improper under the Colorado's Administrative Procedure Act. So the question is thus whether to continue to require public service to conduct NPA analysis for SSNI projects in the MAOP and DIP categories in its next skip filing.
I don't know that I agree with it as a legal matter, and I think council's supportive of that, but maybe we could narrow it down by dollar amount or something. Commissioner Gilman, where you at on this one?
I mean, my inclination is to deny the RRR. The rules don't entirely limit what the commission can ask for here, and in light of a specific record, rather it sets a floor for every proceeding for every utility what must be provided. And the record here supported us ordering evaluation of these project types specifically for public service and specifically in the next skip, which I think is well supported and appropriate thing that the commission can order here.
Do you think we should try and, is there a way to, do you have any advice? Is there a way to narrow it down, or is this like every applicable project? Do you have any sense of how many projects this would be?
No, I mean, I think we could perhaps get some, I guess what's hard is in not even starting down this path, we don't have, even from the company, what would be a reasonable kind of decision tree to narrow the projects, right? I think we've even heard in other contexts, just doing the largest projects might put up necessarily more barriers, and that it's more difficult, especially with SSNI projects where you might need a much higher percentage, say of customers to participate. So I don't want to kind of artificially do it by size, because I think that would have an issue. Perhaps what we do is have the company work with stakeholders, and submit kind of a, because this will be for the next skip. So I think we could give, we'll talk about when the next skip is coming. I think we can reasonably give 90, 120 days to work with stakeholders to come up with essentially a criteria or decision tree with which those projects would be narrowed to determine which are the most appropriate to be studied, and or to develop a more kind of automated high level screening process to determine that, so that it narrows. So that might be the most reasonable path to go forward. But I would say by never kind of initiating this, we don't get there even. So I think we'd need to go here to get that process started. And I'd be fine with the stakeholder process to report back to us on saying, give us the screening criteria or process that would be used so that you kind of determine and narrow to the most appropriate projects to be studied.
All right. And would you be okay with giving the parties a little more time than 60 or 90 days?
Yeah, I said 90 to 120. I mean, like, let's figure out when the next skip is coming in, to be determined later in this meeting. But yeah, I mean, it would have to be with enough time before the next skip for it to be useful, right? Like they have to have that study period. But it doesn't have to be in the real immediate future.
You okay with that outcome, Commissioner Plant?
Yep, I agree.
Ms. Davis?
Okay, let's turn to system safety and integrity plan projects. And paragraph 154 of the decision states, because it will become increasingly important for the Commission to have insight into potential risks and the associated capital expenditures required to address SS&I investments, we find certain suggestions in the joint stipulation helpful and direct the company to establish them, such as establishing a risk scoring methodology that moves across investment types and categories and a working group to enable the Commission to better understand planned SS&I projects, given that the category is a significant share of overall system capital costs. In their RRR, Conservation Advocates recommends that the Commission specifically clarify whether the more detailed suggestions from the joint stipulation regarding the risk scoring methodology and working group recommendations also apply to public service, such as by confirming that paragraph 154 adopts the specific provisions of section 7.1 and 7.2 on pages 8 and 9 of the joint stipulation. So does the Commission clarify that all of the suggestions raised in the joint stipulation regarding a risk scoring methodology and working group related to SS&I projects apply as requested by Conservation Advocates in its RRR?
Commissioner Gilman?
Yes, to me, I think that's a reasonable starting point as provided in the joint stipulation. I think the risk ranking and transparency requires significant improvements here. And so that at least puts us on a path to identify those specific improvements for transparency.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I.
Okay. Now we'll turn to the new business projects. In its GIP, Public Service requested the Commission grant a presumption of prudence for 6 different new business projects totaling $37.4 million in capital expenditures during the action period. The projects include 1, Aurora new business build-out estimated to cost the company $5.8 million. 2, Farmstead HB-22 and HB-23 estimated to cost $5.1 million. 3, Kings Point F1009 regulator station estimated to cost $8.2 million. 4, Parker F1003 regulator station estimated to cost $1.9 million. 5, Revere North estimated to cost $8.7 million. And 6, Wendler Development Project Waterfall estimated to cost $7.7 million. The Commission declined to grant a presumption of prudence associated with the costs for the 6 new business projects. In paragraph 165 of the decision, the Commission cites challenges with the speculative nature of the development needs and the reasonableness and maturity of the associated cost estimates. The decision clarifies that if the company completes the new business projects, it can seek cost recovery in a future rate proceeding. The Commission also notes that the company failed to provide complete NPA analysis for new business projects, leading to an incomplete record, and that the absence of due consideration of viable NPAs creates a clear issue to be considered in the company's rate cases. In its RRR, Public Service asked the Commission reconsider these statements and directives in paragraph 165 and instead grant a presumption of prudence associated with the costs for the 6 new business projects. Alternatively, the company requests that at a minimum, the commission find no opposition to the needs represented by the 6 new business projects. Public Service argues that the 6 new business projects are required to meet customers' requests for gas service, consistent with the company's statutory obligation to serve. The company alleges that the commissioner's statement that both the need and cost recovery for these projects is a clear issue for the commission to determine in considering whether to force the company to write off these investments places the company in an untenable position and creates impacts to stakeholders depending on this infrastructure. The company posits that it did not consider MPAs for these projects and states that the 6 new business projects either began under older line extension policies or developers lacked interest when the company offered electrification options. Public Service contends paragraph 165 incorrectly suggests that an MPA analysis presented in a future rate case for the 6 new business projects could offer more cost-effective options. So the question here is either to grant a presumption of prudence associated with the cost for the 6 new business projects as requested by Public Service, or should the commission instead, as an alternative proposed by the company, decline to grant a presumption of prudence associated with the project's costs, but clarify that the commission has no objection to the company's determination of need for the projects.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Davis? In your view, what did put aside the issue of presumption on costs, where I stick to the prior decision for reasons I'll talk about, but did we, in our prior decision, in your view or in council's view, did we provide a presumption of need, or did we provide some direction that we didn't oppose the need, or is that unclear from the prior decision in your view or council's view if you need help?
In my view, I think we denied both the presumption of need and the presumption of cost.
Okay. So let me just say this. On the new business projects, for 5 of them, I'd stick with our prior decision. Of the 6 projects, 5 were kicked off between April of 2025 and February of 2026. And each of these 5 projects are expected to be complete by October 26. From my perspective, given the timing, these projects are sunk and best taken up in a rate case based on actual costs and not these forecasts. And as we said in our order, I am particularly concerned about subsidies for the Farmstead HB 22 and 23 projects that may be as high as $17,000 per home. On the 6th project, however, the Aurora new business build out with an online date in 2027, I clarify that there is no opposition to the need, although I'm really struggling with a cost that could estimate that could be off by as much as 100%. So would not give any presumption of prudence to the cost. So I guess, Commissioner Gilman, I'd stick to our prior order on everything, but just clarify that there is no opposition to the need finding for that one project that still is on a different time frame than the other 5. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, I guess it's like parsing language here between granting, denying, and recognizing that the company did
and not objecting.
Yeah, and whatever is in the middle. You know, where I would come down on that, clearly I think the presumption of prudence is not appropriate given the maturity of cost estimates. We've already been through that, and that's certainly off the table. Also have concerns about the maturity of planning, reliability of the estimates and basis for them. So my preference would be to state that the company has not met their burden
On cost or need?
Both.
Both.
That they would have not met their burden to show a presumption of need. I think the loads are quite speculative and thin in terms of information to be spending millions and millions of dollars of other people's money to support. That is not the same as a denial. It's just recognizing that the information was speculative and thin for what the company is asking for, which is a affirmative determination of need. I don't think that can be determined on this record based on what the company has provided. I will say though, while the company points to an untenable amount of risk moving forward, I'll note that the company is entitled to recovery of costs prudently incurred, whether or not such a cost was approved ahead of time in a GIF. In fact, that was the entire planning paradigm before the GIF came into existence, of which this is the first adjudicated one. So I think the company kind of paints this as a bit the sky is falling, very risky situation. This is entirely how everything worked before. And I would certainly, if they have prudently incurred costs, they have a right to seek recovery of those in the future. But I don't think the record is there for an affirmative presumption of need based on what the company provided here. I see that as different than the denial. That is saying they did not meet their burden to get this affirmative.
And I agree with you, and I'm not suggesting there be a presumption of need. I guess on that one project, I'd like to find that we have no opposition to the need for that based on the record. So it's like parsing a middle ground. And
I have no opinion. There was not enough information, and it's too speculative to say. I don't know that we wouldn't have no opposition. Wouldn't have no opposition if more information
double
was shown.
negatives.
Like, I'm just practically saying there is not enough here to affirmatively say there's a need.
I agree with that, but I'm saying there's no opposition. I think, I mean, my sense is these customers are real, and I'm not looking to cloud that one investment. But Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Gilman. I don't think they met their level of determining prudence. That doesn't mean they can't in the future in another venue, but I think we'd be reaching to say that they had here, and I just didn't see it.
So just to clarify, the position of the commission is that the company is in the same position it would have been before the GIP with every gas investment they've ever made, and they haven't presented enough information to move away from that historical position. Would you agree with that characterization, Commissioner Gilman? Commissioner Plant? Commissioner Gilman?
I would, and gosh, I'm stretching my memory. I'm trying to think back even to the gas rulemaking. I remember, I recall, I think the company trying to make the argument, well, if we present a project, it should get a presumption of prudence, right? Like, this was not the expectation if you present a project here. So yeah, I don't see them as in any different situation than before. And they just haven't presented enough information here for us to make an affirmative determination ahead of the time.
All right, let me just check with council. Ms. Dundas, does that give you enough guidance to draft an order to make it clear that the company is in no worse position than it has been historically, and that the commission is not undertaking any action to prohibit this investment? It's just a finding that there is no affirmative benefit given the company's inability to present enough information on this, and really costs plus or minus 100%. Really problematic. So I don't know. Does that give you what you need, Ms. Dundas?
I think it does, Chair. So I am understanding the conversation as a denial for the RRR request, obviously towards there's no presumption of prudence for these 6 projects. Then there's also a denial of the commission making an affirmative statement that there's no opposition to these projects because the record was not developed enough to make a determination on whether you want to put it positive or negative, opposition or non-opposition. Looking back at the commission's GIP decision, that aligns pretty closely with paragraphs 164 and 165. There are some statements in there about if the public service chooses traditional gas infrastructure without due consideration of viable NPAs, there's a clear issue to be considered in the company's gas rate case, independent of the GIP rules. So I believe that still stands, but if that's something you want removed on RRR, let us know.
I don't know that I have two votes to remove that. But I think what I'm asking for is language in this order clarifying.
Yeah, okay, so our last order had a sentence that said, for clarity, we do not preclude the company from building these projects and later seeking cost recovery, as is the typical project process, especially for projects without enough information to show presumption of prudence. So essentially the commission's doubling down on that language and it'll be recreated.
Yeah, and if you could include that language in this order and maybe expand on it a little, that'd be great. Keep going, Ms. Davis.
Okay. We're turning to electrification first. And in its RRR, Public Service argues that the statement in paragraph 166 of the decision suggesting the company should continue to mature its electrification first strategy should have no bearing on the findings and conclusions in the decision related to the 6 new business projects, because electrification first was launched in full after the company received the service requests from the customers for these new business projects. Separately, conservation advocates request the Commission clarify in paragraph 166 the specific ways in which the Commission expects the company to develop the electrification first strategy, such as expressly directing the company to update its customer-facing protocols and tools as described in section 12.1-4 of the joint stipulation. Conservation Advocates recommends that the Commission require the company to report on its progress toward these updates, for example, through the quarterly reporting directed in paragraph 92 of the decision. In our opinion, the only RRR decision here is the request of Conservation Advocates, or should the Commission adopt specific requirements related to public services electrification first strategy as set forth in the joint stipulation.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I know Commissioner Plant, I think, had brought these up before, so I wasn't sure, Commissioner Plant, if you had exact thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the provisions in the joint stipulation were good. I just wanted to then expand it to local government. That's why I was referring to it during that local government discussion as well. But I think it provides a valuable venue for that information. And so I would just adopt the components that are outlined in the joint stipulation.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I don't have any oppositions to that. I think the joint stipulation lays out a pretty straightforward way to implement the type of improvements that the Commission's envisioning with the electrification first initiative. I would just note item 2C on the list requires the Commission to conduct an independent evaluation. I have a lot of dreams for the things the Commission will do and have time and staffing to do. I think it's just fair warning. This is not an effort that's currently staffed, nor do we have a specific allocation to do so. So I would say this is good intent. I can't commit today as part of this deliberation a timetable or staffing upon which the Commission will execute 2C, but agree with the intent and in that regard and supportive of those points of improvement.
Dream on. I have nothing to add. Ms. Davis.
Okay. There are a couple of requests in the RRR related to pilot projects and programs. First, in the GIB decision, the Commission found good cause to direct the company to identify and put forward 3 to 4 potential pilot projects using the 60/90-day process already established from the company's Clean Heat Plan and proceeding number 23A-0392EG. The Commission explains that through the 60/90-day process, viable pilots can secure timely funding, and certain pilot outcomes may then inform the company's next GIP filing. Accordingly, through its decision, the Commission authorized the use of unallocated CHP funds available in situations where the record indicates that customer adoption of CHP measures is below targets. Public Service asked the Commission to reconsider its decision to direct the company to identify and put forward 3 to 4 potential pilot projects using its CHP's 60 to 90-day process. The company contends that there are not parties completely in common between the GIP and the CHP cases. There may not be available excess CHP funds that meet the foregoing criteria. Potential pilot projects may not relate to CHP objectives, and the parameters are unclear. Furthermore, the company argues that parties are free to advance pilot ideas not otherwise proposed by the Commission within the CHP filing. So should the Commission require or withdraw the requirement that the company put forward 3 to 4 potential pilot projects using the 60/90-day process?
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I mean, I think here the point was there were a lot of good ideas provided in this proceeding about pilots and ways to really move forward on the Commission's intent here and help advance the company's planning, communications, operations moving forward. And I think the Commission was really trying to recognize that without being too prescriptive or decide on this record for sure what the preferable pilots were, but rather like provide a venue to see that move forward sooner than later. Yes, we have the Clean Heat Plan and customer programs filing that just came in earlier this month. But I'm a little worried if we think that's the perfect path, we're in a whole nother nearly year process to get any pilots selected or started, which really seems an untenable position, right? We have to be able to be more nimble than that. We have to be more responsive to good ideas to help bring forth some progress here than that. And so, to me, the process lead out was intended to indicate there should be workable ideas in the set already provided that the company could have a role instead of the Commission sitting here and dictating which exact pilots to move forward with. Were intended to allow the company to have a role in that and to design a lower friction way forward without delaying a whole nother year in the CHP proceeding. I'm curious to hear, especially from you, Commissioner Plain. I know you're kind of engaged on the pilots issue. It just stands to reason to me this can't be all kicked to the CHP. It's just delay after delay after delay of moving forward on ideas that could really provide paths to progress. And we have to be able to come up with something that moves faster than that. And that was really the intent here. And I would hope that could be executed on. So I'm curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would actually reject the triple R. Just I mean, some of the reasoning here is just really reaching. I mean, to their point about different parties in the there's different parties in the CHP that's coming up, than there are in this case. There's always different parties. This is a planning docket, and those are different dockets. So they're always going to have different parties. If there's not enough money, there's not enough money. But I mean, we have to, as you said, I think we have to have a process for moving forward on ideas that are actionable beside, suggesting that they get incorporated into a future proceeding that has, implementation that's more than a year away. We need to have a more nimble process than that.
I don't have anything to add. Does that give you what you need, Ms. Davis? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I said triple R in this one is denied.
That's what I heard.
You'll be happy to know that the next one takes 3 decision points in one topic, the service line MPA program. So in paragraph 172 of the decision, the Commission directs Public Service to include a proposal for a service line MPA pilot either as part of its CHP within the combined filing due July 1st, 2026, or earlier through the 60/90-day process already established from the company's CHP proceeding number 23A-0392HE. Conservation advocates request that the Commission modify paragraph 172 instead to direct Public Service to implement a full-scale service line MPA program as proposed by witness Velez. Alternatively, to avoid extending the program development timeline, conservation advocates recommend the commission require the company submit the proposal using the 60-day MPA process approved in paragraph 206, rather than the upcoming litigated clean heat plan filing, now proceeding number 26A-0263 EG. Conservation Advocates emphasizes that the 60-day process approved for the small MPAs enables projects to begin implementation much faster than the litigated CHP process, where, for example, CHP incentives were launched in January 1st, 2025, nearly a year and a half after the company filed a CHP application on August 1st, 2023. Conservation Advocates asserts that the record reflects that no party opposes the service line MPA concept or disputes witness Velez's analysis, showing that it will save gas customers money and avoid the complexities of larger scale MPAs. Conservation Advocates acknowledges CEO's concern that program participants will leave the gas system and cease paying for the program's costs through their rates, but stops short of supporting CEO's proposal to limit the program to ground source heat pumps. Conservation Advocates emphasizes that implementing the service line MPA program avoids service line replacements under DIMP System Safety and Integrity Plan projects, and as such, recommends the commission direct the company to implement the program as a condition of the presumption of prudence for the need for these SS&I projects granted in paragraph 152. Additionally, Conservation Advocates request the commission specify that the service line MPA program will be subject to the cost recovery mechanism approved in paragraph 206, rather than as a reduction to the CHP budget. CA adds that the program will not exceed the $3 million threshold identified in paragraph 206, with expected participation of around 200 customers. So the question up for a vote is whether to require public service to implement the service line program in accordance with the Velez proposal, or in the alternative, should the commission direct public service to bring forward a service line pilot proposal exclusively through the 60-day CHP process, and, as needed, remove any consideration of a service line pilot proposal in proceeding number 26A-0232 EG. I'll pause here for your discussion and vote.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, to me, this program seems very reasonable and appears unopposed, as conservation advocates have noted. And I think it's a really reasonable first use of the small MPA process that the company had proposed and the commission approved in this proceeding. I certainly agree with conservation advocates. I don't want to see it delayed through another drawn out adjudication like the CHP or customer programs, which will take quite some time for now, especially consider that it's really been fully presented in this proceeding. So I guess my preference would be, though, to allow for some input. So I would grant the RRR to direct public service to propose a service line MPA program through the 60-day process approved in paragraph 206 with cost recovery as identified there. And as conservation advocate points out, this program wasn't opposed, so I would expect a rather transparent transfer of the concept into that company proposal, and kind of an appropriate explanation of any major deviations from what was presented, especially given the real lack of opposition to what was presented in the proceeding. I'd also say that in the regular GIP reporting, the company should report on the status and results of the program, so we can keep apprised of it as it moves forward. So that would be my thought. Give a small bit of process, but do not necessarily delay something that appears to have pretty wide party support.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, I think you answered one of these, but I'm going to go ahead and restate this just to make sure it's clear for the record. So regarding details, if the commission, and you did, direct public service to implement the service line program in accordance with the CA's request and its RRR, the question now is, when should the program be required to commence? And will the program be subject to the cost recovery provisions of the MPA 60-day process? And I think you agreed to that, but let's clarify that rather than considered in a CHP budget.
I think that's right, but Commissioner Gilman, would you say that different?
Nope, that meets my expectation.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
And did you have a date on when the program would be required to commence?
Commissioner Gutman.
Well, I had suggested they use the 60-day process. So what that would give parties and different folks 60 days to comment upon what they present as a proposal.
Does that give you what?
Well, that wasn't really a suggestion, that was a question. I mean, given my expectation that that was a pretty well fleshed out proposal that received no opposition, I would expect that public service could commence that 60-day process within 60 days from this decision. Turn it around, provide it to the stakeholders so that we can get started on this.
Ms. Davis?
Okay, I think that answers that question. And then the last question related to this topic is, if necessary, should the commission modify the presumption of prudence for the need for the SS&I projects under paragraph 152 of the decision, subject to the viability of an MPA service line solution as an alternative to a traditional DIMP SS&I project?
Commissioner Gutman?
Clearly, there's a relationship there, and we need to be encouraging the company to faithfully pursue the least cost option here, especially where there are alternatives that may be lower cost. I don't know about modifying the prior determination, although if the prior determination is not modified, I guess one could ask if this program will be implemented at all, like what would be the use if they already have a presumption of prudence to go the other route. So I guess I would say the presumption of prudence is inclusive of the company moving forward with an MPA service line program as part of its offerings to meet the SS&I need there. I know a bit vague, but I feel like some tie is really necessary. Otherwise, if you've already approved it, already spent the money, what does the alternative program even do? But I don't think there's specific DIMP projects you would remove and say those are not necessarily approved. I just think the umbrella approval of the DIMP and SS&I includes development of this program.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, let's turn now to the deadline for the next SCIP. And there's just a few more decision points before we can wrap this up. So Rule 4552A requires public service to submit a GIP every 2 years unless otherwise required by the commission through rule or order. Public service states that the company's next SCIP is due May 1st, 2027. In this RRR, public service requests commission grant an extension of time to file the next SCIP by May 31st, 2028. The company identifies that this GIP proceeding has taken well over the 150-day period as contemplated in the GIP rules and emphasizes that the outcome of the next Clean Heat Plan proceeding will not likely be known until sometime in the second quarter of 2027, and thus will not be able to inform the next SCIP if filed by May 1st, 2027. So the question is whether to extend the deadline for the filing of public services next SCIP to May 1st, 2028. And if the deadline is extended to 2028, should the commission direct the company to file a 2027 interim GIP report on May 1st, 2027?
Commissioner Gutman?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly see from the filing why some delay is appropriate. I'm not sure they've shown reasoning for an entire year delay based on what's been provided. But then that puts us in a different cadence, like a different time of year. Sorry. So we'd have to figure that out. I mean, by my reasoning, it looks like maybe we can see our way to they've justified like a 6-month delay. But I just don't see it there for 12 months of things. The other clarification I think is important to make, no matter what kind of due date we end up setting here, is they reference the CHP, the Clean Heat Plan, and outcome of that whole proceeding, but notably don't commit that the outcome of that proceeding is what will be used in the planning. And I think that's important clarification to make here. That's been a bit of a struggle throughout these proceedings is ensuring that the forecasting and the loads are based on the most recent information. So I would say certainly whatever delay we come up with in our debate here should be conditioned on using the actual outcomes of that process, so that we are operating with the most recent and relevant information. So curious your thoughts on kind of what time frame makes sense and that as a pretty explicit understanding or condition.
Yeah, so I'd be fine with a 6-month extension, and I'm fine with the clarification that the expectation is that the CHP would serve as inputs to the next skip. And I'd just say if we need more time than 6 months, we can always grant it. But if we go to a year now, it's definitely going to be a year. So I'm with you, keeping it to 6 months. Does that work for you, Commissioner Plan, on those two issues?
Yes.
And
We're good.
just to be clear, how does that affect and what are your thoughts around the interim GIP report timeline?
I mean, we can file a GIP, right? Well,
I mean, the interim GIP report would then just be due the day the GIP would have been due, or like the same time frame, right? Because that's when it is on the off years. I think that's still appropriate because it's still important to understand what progress has been made, especially on some of these MPAs and things that are moving in the interim. So I would expect an interim GIP report on May 1st, 2027 as part of that determination.
Ms. Davis.
Okay. Turning now to future GIP rulemaking, the last substantive question to address today is the request in Conservation Advocates RRR for further information about the Commission's intended timeline and scope for a GIP rulemaking. Conservation Advocates argues the need for a rulemaking to address certain GIP issues, such as MPA analysis requirements for SS&I projects, was a significant focus of record development, party advocacy, and commissioners' deliberations. CA concludes that there's general party alignment on the need for such rulemaking, but there are different ideas about the specific path forward. CA suggests that additional clarification would be very helpful on the process, timing, and substance of a forthcoming GIP rulemaking. So does the Commission want to address the process, timing, and substance of a forthcoming GIP or GAS rulemaking in its decision today on RRR?
I would decline to take up that invitation and maybe bring it back to a future CWM once we can a little more broadly in the context of everything else going on. So would that work for you, Commissioner Gilman? Are you prepared to specify a timeline now?
No, I'm not prepared to give details, but I understand the thoughts and share some of the concerns. I think we've been through, gosh, probably half a dozen proceedings by now that all implicated parties, suggestions for rule changes. I share interest in seeing a GIP rulemaking come sooner than later. But clearly that's a function of, how ready we are to execute that and really staffing capacity at the Commission. But appreciate the focus here, share the thoughts on the need, and we'll need to work internally on what that timing and process looks like.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Does that give you what you need on that one, Ms. Davis?
We're down to number 24, which is a little bit of housekeeping. Paragraph 169 of the decision states that CEO, with the support of conservation advocates, asked the Commission to direct Public Service to implement a service line MPA pilot program. Conservation Advocates identifies that the service line MPA program was proposed by Conservation Advocates, Witness Velez, and that CEO supported the program but recommended certain modifications. And then in paragraph 202, the GIP decision states that the joint stipulation recommends the Commission not render a decision on MPA cost recovery in this proceeding. Conservation Advocates states that the joint stipulation does not address the company's approach to MPA cost recovery and, as such, Each of the joint stipulators maintains the position set forth in their testimony. So I suggest the commission modify the GIP decision to correct the drafting errors identified by CA and RRR. Do you agree?
I do. Commissioner Goman,
I also agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
I think this one's going to have to be TBC, Ms. Davis. Thank you for your support through this marathon 4-hour plus CWM. Anything else before we adjourn, Ms. Davis?
No, thank you.
Ms. Dundas, just checking quick with you if you're still there. Ms. McLaughlin, you've taken over. You got what you need?
Yes, I think we have what we need. Seems like my camera's not working, but thank you.
Commissioner Plant, final thoughts before we adjourn?
No, nothing further. Thanks.
Commissioner Goman.
Nothing additional. Thanks, Ms. Davis, Ms. Dundas, for your work on this, Mr. Mendelson.
Likewise, echo that thanks, and thanks for the team for sticking with us through a 4-hour plus meeting. Catch you next time.
Thank you.